start with elevating the court reporter, please? And I will look to the court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am Hearing Officer Kinsey.
Thank you. I will do an abbreviated version of our introductions just for the benefit of the recording. It is still June 24th, 2026, and I'm still Nicole Kinsey, presiding hearing officer for the Administrative Hearings Office of the State Water Resources Control Board. This is a continuation of the hearing day that we started at 9 o'clock this morning on the pending petitions for change of water right permits 16478, 16479, 16481 and 16482 of the Department of Water Resources for the proposed Delta Conveyance project. For technical reasons, we pivoted to a new Zoom webinar today, which we will be remaining on for the remainder of the day. At least that's my expectation. We are conducting this hearing by Zoom webinar. We are also broadcasting on the AHO YouTube channel. It will be a new live stream, different from the one before. So for anyone who may reach out and say, where is the live stream? It's a new link, but it should be available. And that YouTube recording will be available on the AHO YouTube webpage. We still have Ms. Mullen. We still have a hard stop at 5 p.m. And I believe we now have Ms. Tekau. If I'm pronouncing that correctly, please correct me. And I will look to the room to elevate the appropriate people to get started with our day. If we can elevate Ms. Meserve. And good morning once again, Ms. Meserve.
Thank you, Hearing Officer Kinsey. Looks like we are a go.
Yes, it looks like we are a go. So I understand we need Mr. Michael. And how do you pronounce the witness is a Ms. Tekau?
Dr. Tekau.
Dr. Tekau. Thank
and
you.
Dr. Michael.
Thank you. And Dr. Tekau, you're welcome to come on camera and off mute.
Thank you.
For us, it's morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
We can hear you, so that's good. I will. It's my understanding that you have not previously testified in this proceeding. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, then I will start by administering the oath. If you would please raise your right hand. Dr. Tekau, do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And Mr. Michael, you are welcome to come off mute. Dr. Michael, I apologize.
Thank you.
And Dr. Michael, it's my understanding that you previously testified in this proceeding. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And do you recall taking the oath with respect to your testimony in this hearing?
I do.
Wonderful. Thank you. I see we have Ms. Morris and Ms. Carroll who have been elevated. You're here. Thank you. Good. And with that, then I will turn to Ms. Meserve, please.
Great, thank you. And so we're going to present Dr. Michael and Dr. Tekau as a panel this morning. I think we'll have Dr. Michael go first, and then with respect to questions, I think due to the time difference, we'll ask that Dr. Tekau get her questions first, if that works for DWR. With the thought that perhaps we may try to excuse her first, if it works out that way. We'll start out with Dr. Michael. Good morning. And,
Morning.
And this testimony, just like the case in chief, is presented on behalf of the counties of Solano, San Joaquin, Contra Costa, Sacramento, Yolo, and is Solano 2 a true and correct copy of your resume?
Yes, it is.
And Solano 25 a true and correct copy of your written testimony?
Yes, it is.
And then is Solano 26 your PowerPoint summary?
Yes.
And then Solano 27 to 35, are those the references that are new cited in your testimony?
Yes, they are.
And did you have any corrections you needed to make to your testimony?
No.
Okay, thanks. Okay, well, if we could go ahead, Ms. Mullen, and put up the Solano 26, then we could let Dr. Michael go ahead and summarize his testimony. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Today I'll be summarizing my rebuttal testimony of Mr. Brandon Goshi and Dr. David Sunding. Next slide, please. So I'll start with Mr. Goshi. His rebuttal of my testimony really makes 2 points. And the first one is a good point, although it's not clear how it relates to my testimony, but his first point is the future is uncertain. And to address that uncertainty, the Metropolitan Water District has been doing its planning based on 4 scenarios known as scenarios A through D. And because of that uncertainty, it's best to consider all those scenarios together, not individually, when doing any kind of planning or economic exercise. Now, Mr. Goshi said that they couldn't use California Department of Finance projections, demographic projections for this because it didn't have multiple scenarios. I think that was the point he was trying to make. That's really incorrect. Department of Finance could be used to create a scenario. It is the gold standard for planning and forecasting in California. And we'll point out that even the low demand scenarios that Metropolitan created were much, much higher growth than Department of Finance forecasts. The second point I'll make about Mr. Goshi's 4 scenario thing is that my testimony actually did discuss all 4 Metropolitan Water District scenarios together. It's Department of Water Resources expert Dr. Sunding that looks at one of them exclusively in the absence of the others. The second point is Mr. Goshi talked about his interpretation of his duty as a water manager, and his commitment as part of that duty is to focus on 100% reliable water under all scenarios. And his interpretation of that duty was that he liked to focus on the highest growth scenario, in this case, growth scenario D, because he felt that that would be consistent with his 100% reliability duty. Just a few comments. This sort of thread is inconsistent with his own statements about how the scenarios should be used. Also point out that it's inconsistent with all economic, financial, and planning principles that are of relevance to this hearing, and it's inconsistent with the public interest. We're balancing lots of interests. Water supply reliability is just one of them. And in fact, when we talk about the public interest, by far the top public interest concern these days is affordability. And looking at reliability in the absence of affordability is clearly inconsistent with any sort of economic and public interest principles. Next slide, please. Mr. Goshi did make the good point of talking about that we should think about all these 4 scenarios together. That's the way they're designed. And so I wanted to bring up and repeat a slide from my original direct testimony in which I did exactly that. And this is a slide from my direct testimony. And on the right is a table taken directly from Metropolitan planning documents. You'll find this table in a number of their recent documents related to their Camp 4 planning process and their IRP planning process. And in that table, you'll see that it shows how much additional supply they need to develop in the future for each of these 4 scenarios, depending on how much storage they develop. So if we just look at the top line of this table, where they don't develop any storage, we'll see that under scenarios A, B, and C, the amount of additional water supply that they need to develop is between 0 and 100,000 acre feet per year. I point out in this slide that we're talking about the Delta Conveyance project as proposed right now. Metropolitan's 47% share of that project would generate nearly 200,000 acre feet of water. And so just this project alone would be more than double their projected needs under 3 of those scenarios. And also note in the table, they say that conservation reduces demand and quote counts towards these supply needs. It's only scenario D that has any water supply need that would in any way justify an investment in the Delta Conveyance project. And you can look at that table and you can see that the scenario D forecasts for water supply are just orders of magnitude above the other scenarios. 6.5 times in this case of no storage, 10 to 20 times in other scenarios. It just doesn't look like any of the other ones at all. And so we should really look closely at the scenario D and see how realistic it is, particularly because Department Water Resources analysis of the Delta Conveyance project, their economic analysis looks exclusively at scenario D. But there's a clear conclusion here from Metropolitan's own analysis that under 3 of the 4 scenarios, Delta Conveyance project water is very much in surplus to their projected needs. They don't need it. Next slide, please. So why is this scenario D assumption so important? And it is certainly the most important thing I'll be talking about today, because it's the most important thing underlying the conclusions in DWR's economic analysis. So this table on the right is actually just the benefits and costs from Department of Water Resources benefit costs analysis, their summary table 1. And I'm highlighting here that when you look at their benefits, nearly 90% of the benefits come from urban water supply. That is by far the driver of their justification of this project. It has this enormous value placed upon it. That is calculated based on assumption that scenario D is going to occur. So we should look very closely at what those scenario D assumptions are. And they're the following, and I reference the source material from Metropolitan for this. They're assuming that their region will grow by 5.6 million people between now and 2045, 15 times higher than the Department of Finance had forecasted the growth. On top of that, they assume that, it's well known there's a housing shortage in California. So they assume that we get enough construction between now and 2045 to completely eliminate the current housing shortage and house all these 5.6 million new people. So that adds up to 2.8 million new water demanding households, astounding level, who are living on average 5,000 square foot lots. I'll tell you, there's no way that we get 2.8 million new households. And even in our wildest dreams, if we did, we aren't going to do that averaging 5,000 square foot lots. It also makes an assumption that recent gains in water demand and reductions in per capita water use, that we're going to rebound from that, from the recent levels, and we're going to give up 50% of those gains. I point out that this scenario D assumption assumes that the metropolitan region is going to ignore the making conservation as a way of life regulations promulgated by this board and the state legislature. So another incredibly bold assumption stacked up on top of these incredible growth assumptions. And then for the economic analysis, the assumption is that they don't develop any alternatives. So what happens in 2045, the TCP opens up, brings this new water supply, and while they've been in perpetual shortage, and it sort of comes to the rescue, and you get this huge water demand as a result. Another important thing to point out here is the agricultural water supply benefits are very low and below their cost share. Next slide, please. So turning to Dr. Sunning's rebuttal testimony, in the scenario D issue, he defends his use of scenario D through what I call irrelevant distractions. First, he discusses the climate change assumptions. I had no issues with the climate change assumptions, and said that he should use scenario C, which has the identical climate change assumptions with a somewhat less inflated actually greatly less inflated and more realistic demand growth. And then when it comes to the growth assumptions, he brings up the Southern California Association of Government Projections, SCAG, and shows that they are higher than the California Department of Finance projections that I've cited and used as a benchmark, and says, well, SCAG's quite is a credible forecast, and there's more to the world than Department of Finance. This one is higher. So a few comments related to that, because actually Dr. Sunny bringing up this SCAG forecast is actually really useful for us to understand this issue and for other people to understand it. But the first thing I'll point out is that Dr. Sunny didn't use the SCAG forecast in his DCP analysis. He used scenario D. And I will point out that historically, when he's done analysis of this type, including for the water fix project in the 2010s, Dr. Sunny did use the SCAG forecasts that were in place in that time for his analysis. It's only for the DCP that he switched to a much higher growth scenario, the scenario D. We also know that SCAG forecasts have been used for urban water management plans historically within that region. Not every single water district, but they're pretty commonly used, and I provide some citations. And these plans have consistently overestimated urban water demand over time. I think that's a pretty well-known fact in California. There's citations in the academic literature, and people can look at the data to verify that. And finally, I'll point out that if you do think that a SCAG forecast growth is appropriate, that's okay. You can look at my benefit cost analysis in the high value scenario. Because in that high value scenario, I applied values for urban water supply from Dr. Sunding's water fix analysis in the 2010s, which was grounded in SCAG analysis. So to get an idea what that looks like, just look at my high value scenario. Next slide, please. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the SCAG forecast because I think it helps us to understand these demographic forecasts and these demand forecasts. And so here in this graph, Dr. Sunding referred to SCAG's forecasts in the Connect SoCal 2024 document in the technical report. And so here I've taken figure 2, which summarizes that forecast from that technical report so that we can understand what this means. And you can see this is a SCAG population forecast. The dark blue line shows their point forecast from 2020 to 2050. And then they put a range of uncertainty around that. Obviously, we can't know that for certain. And this is their estimate of a high range and a low range around that forecast growth between 2020 and 2050. And then we're going to use this graph to sort of illustrate what some of these other projections look like. So next slide, please. So the first question we say, well, what about the SCAG forecast? How's it doing? And it starts in 2020. We are now in 2026, and we have real data for 2025. And so I've graphed that here and showed you where actual 2025 population is according to the Department of Finance and Census Bureau. There is about 100,000 people difference in those two estimates, but they're both in the same place, and both of them actually show a slight population, maybe not slight, 100,000 to 200,000 person population decline between 2020 and 2025. I'm going to call that flat just for simplification. It looks a lot like the Department of Finance forecast, which I've illustrated on here with just a flat horizontal line. DOF forecast isn't perfectly flat. It goes up a little and then declines. But for the most part, conceptually, we can think of that as a continuation of current trends going forward. So we can see that in the real world, 2025, the SCAG forecast is already way off, right? We're already way below the bottom of their range of uncertainty here. So SCAG forecast isn't performing too well so far. Next slide, please. We can also use this to illustrate scenario D. And so here I've put a line on. I have tried the best I could to put scenario D onto the SCAG forecast. To extend SCAG forecast or the scenario D out to 2045, it wouldn't fit on the page. It's so high. But the scenario D forecast, while actual population has declined between 20 and 2025, scenario D assumed that it grew by over 1.1 million people during that same period. It adds 5.6 million people by 2045, as I discussed, 29.2% growth. Dr. Sunding's rebuttal testimony compares SCAG to DOF, pointing out that the SCAG forecast is 9.7% growth and DOF is virtually no growth. But he doesn't compare it to the forecast he uses, which has nearly 30% growth. His projections and analysis is based on an assumption of growth that's 3 times higher than SCAG. SCAG itself is a high forecast, but he's the one that used SCAG as the benchmark. SCAG is actually closer to DOF than the forecast that he relies upon. Next slide, please. Finally, I'll point out that we have talking about these 4 metropolitan water district scenarios, and they're low demand scenarios, A and C. I can also plot on this graph where those would be. And those were 5.4% population growth by 2045. So I've added a star for that, and you can see that's in the SCAG range of uncertainty. And so the appropriate reaction, if Dr. Sunding believes that the SCAG forecast is a better benchmark than DOF, then he should be doing his analysis based on scenario C, not scenario D. He could have shown sensitivity analysis of his results to scenario C, but he did not do so. He's standing by the rather extreme growth scenario in scenario D. So next slide, and we'll move on to a new topic. People may be tired of hearing about scenario D at this point. Another thing in Dr. Sunding's rebuttal testimony is that he asserts that my benefit cost analysis relied on and used current water market values in the calculations. And he gives specific citations to my direct testimony, Solano 1, to support that. And if you go to Solano 1 and you look at those lines, you'll see that the term, that there's no discussion at all of current water markets or those values. And if you read the entire testimony and listen to the entire testimony, there's no discussion of them whatsoever. The discussion does summarize the benefit cost analysis I created, that is Solano 14. And in that document, I did discuss current water market values and some of the pros and cons of using those. So there was a discussion of current market values in that benefit cost analysis, but I did not use current market values in those calculations and state that very clearly. So here's the direct quote from that analysis, where I say, despite these arguments that I was discussing, that urban demand for delta tunnel water supplies will decline in the future, and the cost of alternative water supplies could decrease, the base case of this analysis conservatively uses $1,000 per acre foot as the value of incremental delta water supplies. And I'll emphasize this value is approximately double what is suggested by the current market values and in the middle of the cost range of current water supply alternatives. So I discussed how in recent years, market values for water comparable to the Delta DCF water are running around $500 per acre foot, but I didn't use it. I used a value double that amount. So this criticism that I was using current water market values are just false statements. Next slide, please. However, having endured that criticism of using recent market values, I figured I didn't do it, sort of anticipating this type of criticism. But since I've gotten criticized anyway, I've decided in my rebuttal testimony to do some sensitivity analysis and add a low value scenario where I use current market values of roughly $500 per acre foot. You can see that's the left column there that's highlighted. That's new, where I've just calculated here, and you see the net benefits of the DCP drop to negative 11 billion and the benefit cost ratio drops to 0.24. On the next two columns, what I call the base scenario, use the mid-range alternative water supply, and the high value scenario, which is based on Dr. Sunding's water fix and research in the 2010s and SCAG growth assumptions. Those are my original values, and you can see what I presented in the past, -9 billion and 0.38 benefit cost ratio, and a -5 billion, 0.65. So added some sensitivity to show what it would have looked like had I actually used recent market values, and well, now I've done it, so there it is. Next slide, please. Another topic Dr. Sundin talks about is the discount rate, and on this one, he defends his use of a discount rate, which starts at 2% and declines to somewhat lower than that in the far distant future. And he defends that based on low real interest rates that have been seen in recent decades, although those are certainly trending up now. And also federal guidance for benefit cost analysis, which was in place briefly for a few years, including 2024 when he did this analysis. So, I'll concede that those are valid defenses, that 2% falls within the reasonable range of what economists could use. My analysis used 3% discount rate. I believe that's actually a better choice and is easily justified and certainly within a reasonable range. It fits within the standards of understanding the DCP is a California project, not a federal project. The California Water Commission's guidance is to use a 3.5% discount rate, and that's something that they adopted after a lot of expert testimony and review. There's lots of current academic literature suggesting a 3% rate is appropriate. And I cite some of that. Finally, I'll point out that the Office of Management and Budget circular that Dr. Sundin relied upon to support his 2% discount rate was actually rescinded by OMB last year, reverting back to the previous guidance that had been in place for a long time, including under the Obama administration and much of the Biden administration. So I'm quite confident that 3% is the better choice here, but I will concede that 2% is a valid choice and fits within sort of the low end of the bounds of what's reasonable. So I don't think the lawyers and people here want to listen to economists debate 2% or 3%. I think it's much more appropriate just to show some sensitivity analysis. Is this a big deal? So next slide, please. That's what I did. So if you prefer a 2% discount rate to a 3% discount rate, I can certainly recalculate my benefit cost analysis at a 2% rate. And I've done that here so that people can see the importance of this assumption. The top part of the table, the 3% discount rate, shows just summarizes the previous results I had before. The bottom part recalculates these with a 2% discount rate. Using this lower discount rate increases economic values of things that happen in the future, both benefits and costs. But because the benefits are skewed further into the future, it does more to it boosts the benefits more than the costs, and thus is a more favorable assumption towards a project like the Delta Conveyance project. So my numbers, you see the benefits and the costs increase. On the low value scenario, didn't really, the net benefits are still in the -$11 billion range, but the benefit cost ratio increases a bit to 0.34. My base scenario, we're now at -8.4 billion in net benefits, and the benefit cost ratio rises to 0.53. And in the high value scenario, which is sort of based on SCAG and Dr. Sundin's previous results research, we're still at -2.7 billion, and the benefit cost ratio increased from 0.65 to 0.85. So using a 2% discount rate certainly makes the results more favorable to the Delta Conveyance project, but you can see the magnitude of that change here. I provided that for you, and you can see that it does not change my conclusions from my analysis whatsoever. It's not sensitive to this discount rate assumption. So next slide. I'll wrap up my comments. So in conclusion, the rebuttals submitted by Mr. Goshi and Dr. Sunding. There's a lot of irrelevant information in there that sort of distracts from the core issues. Nothing in the rebuttal has any impact on my main points and conclusions. I've demonstrated that with some sensitivity analysis. So I've actually adopted some sensitivity analysis using some of the assumptions that Dr. Sunding has touted in his rebuttal. That included, this isn't new analysis, but urban water values based on the SCAG growth forecast, based on his own work in the past, also 2% discount rates. And adopting both of those assumptions, you'll see wasn't enough to bring that benefit cost ratio above 1. So my benefit cost analysis results, also MWD's scenario analysis, show that the Delta Conveyance project is really just not needed by urban water users. It greatly exceeds their water supply needs in 3 out of those 4 scenarios. And I've certainly talked about how inflated and unrealistic and unreliable that one other scenario D is. My conclusion of the DCP is unaffordable for agricultural water users, something that was not rebutted. And it's also not financially feasible for these reasons. Dr. Sunny says it's too early or premature to discuss this. In my written testimony, I cite that there actually are some agreements in place about financing this tunnel already, including proportionality between urban and agricultural water users. And so it is certainly time to talk about that particular issue and financial feasibility. And the reason is this. This project has got financial troubles. They're easily foreseeable. There are big financial challenges for this. And what will happen when these kind of mega projects have financial challenges is that the project that you're looking at today and the proposal you're seeing today is not the one you're going to get. It's very foreseeable that we're going to see big changes in project design and operation that are necessitated by these financial issues. This creates substantial risks to the public interests, both financial and non-financial, in the environment. And so it's absolutely imperative that the board interests itself in this financial feasibility. And in my view, the project that you're evaluating is not feasible, and thus it should be considered an unstable project description. So thank you very much. That concludes my summary.
Thank you, Dr. Michael. And I will look back to you, Ms. Meserve, to present Dr. Tekow.
Thank you. Good evening, Dr. Tekow.
Good evening.
Let's see. So I'll just go through a couple of introductory questions before we get into your PowerPoint. And this testimony, just for clarity of the record, is presented by local agencies of the North Delta and Central and South Delta water agencies. Is Land 92 a true and correct copy of your resume, Dr. Tekow?
It is.
And can you summarize your educational background briefly?
Yes, very briefly, I have a bachelor and a master's degree in biology from University of Edinburgh and the University of Copenhagen. And then I did my PhD in medical immunology at University of Cambridge.
And then prior to your position at Oxford Global Projects, what position did you have?
Prior to joining Oxford Global Projects, also abbreviated to OGP, I had my own consultancy called SI, where I was the director.
And what kind of responsibilities did you have?
Well, there I was primarily leading on large projects, typically working with a bunch of engineers. So we were about 23 people as a team. specifically looking at process optimization across different sectors, such as linear infrastructure. So we worked with Network Rail in the UK as an example of a client. Also worked in mining, fisheries, and agriculture.
And then what's your current position at OGP?
I'm currently the head of resilience and sustainability in transitioning at OGP.
And what are your primary responsibilities?
It is more of the same, leading on projects with clients primarily in the infrastructure sector, and I specifically work mostly on energy and other like climate change supporting projects. I've worked a lot in water as well, water transfer and water treatment.
And could you mention some of the notable projects you've worked on with OGP?
Yeah, I worked closest to your home. I worked from 2023 till 2025 for the Department of Energy in the US, supporting them with their risk estimate and risk management of their what was it called? OSET, Office of Clean Energy Demonstrations portfolio. So that was $50 billion. I've also worked a lot with the Nuclear Decommissioning Authority over 5 years here in the UK. So that's, yeah, probably sadly not billions, but trillions we're talking about over a long period of time to decommission everything. And then I've worked on pump storage hydro in the US, which involved tunneling, and I've worked on various water projects for private clients and for regulators as well. So I'm currently working with Ofwat here in the UK across their portfolio, which I don't remember how big it is, but one of the current reservoirs we're looking at just went from 2.5 billion pounds to 7 in their last estimate. So yeah, that's what we typically support on.
What was the name you used? Ofwat?
Ofwat is the regulator for the water companies here in the UK.
Oh, thank you. And then when did you complete the OGP cost benchmarking report that is marked as Exhibit Solano 15R?
That was in July 2025 that we presented the final deliverables for that report.
And who assisted in drafting that report, and what are their qualifications in that's described in Land 92?
Yes, that was my colleague, Dirk Pöcker and Gareth Dooley. Dirk is a senior researcher, and he has a background in economics, behavioral and applied economics. And at OGP, he's led quite a few benchmarking studies now, water, roads, and tunnels primarily. Worked recently with the National Agency of Infrastructure, and he works to measure unit cost and identifying the key cost drivers across different infrastructure projects, typically. And Gareth Dooley is another senior or principal consultant at OGP. He's an engineer by background, and he started his professional career in oil and gas, and then for the past decade or so, maybe a little bit longer, he worked in renewables, specifically offshore wind, before joining OGP.
And then what's your understanding of why you didn't submit testimony at the time that Solano Exhibit 15R was provided in support of Dr. Michael's testimony?
I'm sorry, Hearing Officer Kinsey, this is outside the scope of the rebuttal testimony, as well as a lot of this information that is being described about Land 92, about witnesses that are not available, that is not in that document. So I'm going to put that objection on the record right now.
I would say we're attempting to stay within the materials that were submitted. I think we're pretty much within them.
I'm going to, so noted, and I think Ms. Morris, you can raise, and it's on the record and you can raise it in writing as well. So I will allow us to continue now, but noting your outstanding objection.
In answer to that, I would say it was inadequate time between the completion and the report and the submittal deadline. And it wasn't within our original scope brief either.
And then what is contained within Exhibit Solano 21?
Solano 21 contains OGP's response, which I put together with the CEO of OGP, Alexander Boccia, which was a response to a series of questions posed by the Department of Water Resources about our report that we submitted in July 2025.
And then is Land 93 a true and correct copy of the annotated reference list that goes with the exhibits Solano 15R?
Yes.
And why did you compile these references?
Well, to ensure that the OGP report was fully supported with reference material, it isn't a like an academic literature review by any stretch of imagination, but when we argue a point, we will tend to lean on academic references to illustrate that it's not just something we've made up, but it's replicated elsewhere.
And then our exhibits Land 94 through Land 120, the references that are cited in Solano 15R.
Yes.
And is Land 90 a true and correct copy of your rebuttal testimony?
Yes, it is.
And did you have any corrections to that?
Yes, a minor one. Footnote 7 on page 11, line 27. It should refer to 2024 cost estimate, not 2020, which is a typo. Sorry.
And then whose testimony and cross-examination does this Land 90 rebut?
This rebuttal testimony is a response to the rebuttal testimony of Mr. Adam Murdoch, and and also including his cross-examination on the 22nd of March this year. And in addition, this rebuttal testimony is also responding to issues that arose during the cross-examination of Dr. Michael on September the 2nd and the 5th, 2025, which relates to the OGP benchmarking report.
And then is Land 91 a true and correct copy of your PowerPoint summary?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Mullen, could we go ahead and pull up that exhibit? And Ms. Tecco, I understand, I'm not sure if you're going to ask Ms. Mullen to pull up anything else, but we can start with your PowerPoint.
Indeed. Thank you so much. So I will start with a very brief introduction on mega project performance and reference class forecasting, just to kind of bring us all on the same page with regards to what it is OGP does. And in this context, we specifically look at affordability and the financial feasibility of the Delta Conveyance Tunnel project. So next slide, please. The problem is really systemic when you look at large capital projects. It's a common problem with mega projects or large capital projects, as we call them, as illustrated in this simple bar chart. And that's why the founder of OGP, Professor Bent Flyvbjerg, who is also the most cited scholar and most published scholar in mega project management, coined the iron law of mega projects, as we call it, over budget, over time, under benefits, over and over again. So this really illustrates that the distribution of cost and schedule performance of mega projects tend to be fat-tailed, and that means that they have a higher risk of overruns than underruns. So it's a higher right tail. And this pattern here illustrates the upside risk inherent in mega project delivery. So the median value, which is relevant in the context of talking about the Delta Tunnel project, due to the contingency that is included there. The median value may appear to be manageable, but there is a long tail of outliers that tend to drive substantial cost escalation. So I'll come into that when presenting more about what reference class forecasting is. So as a result, relying solely on averages masks the true risk exposure for any large project, and highlights the need for decision makers to prepare for low probability but really high impact outcomes and develop a mitigation strategy according to that. So on this bar chart, it's basically looking at most of the projects in our database, which is now 23,000 projects, but this was done on just under 20,000 projects, and it shows you that. So that's the largest bar there. That's your 100% of the projects in the database that were used in this analysis to produce this specific graph, that just under half of them come in on budget or better, and under 10% come in on budget, on schedule or better, and less than 0.5% come in on budget, on schedule, or and on benefits or better. So it just illustrates that this is a really systemic, very common issue that we see across sectors and for most of the mega projects that we have data on in our database. Next slide, please. So if that's the problem with capital project delivery, then what is the solution? And RCF, or reference class forecasting, is a potential solution as part of a wider set of tools for estimating cost risk and schedule risk. So the RCF methods allows us to predict the potential cost overrun risk and schedule overrun risk of projects based on the performance of previously completed similar projects. So that's really the key idea, is that the best predictor for performance in a planned project is the actual performance in similar completed projects. And so shown here is a typical RCF output. So let me just very briefly explain how that's interpreted. So it's a percentage of projects along the x-axis, and then you have your recommended reference class cost uplift on your y-axis. So if you look at the P50, that means that you would be 50% certain of coming in on budget if you apply 25% uplift to your baseline deterministic estimate of the cost of your project, or indeed, if it was for schedule, it would be the float that you need to include in your schedule. We don't typically tend to anchor our clients around the midpoint, as previously mentioned. So for anything novel, anything first of a kind, anything really large or challenging, anything in a new geography or something that the tier 1 suppliers or contractors have not dealt with before, we would always recommend to our clients that they go for something higher than that. Typically, we look at a P80 scenario to inform the risk appetite and the project affordability. That's all this does. But so if you look at this graph for a P80, where you would be 80% certain to deliver the project on cost or on the budget here, you would need to add 85% as your reference class recommended uplift. So that would be the contingency that we recommend for this type. This is just a hypothetical. This is not the one from the report for the Delta Tunnel project. But just to show that this is what reference class forecasting does. So we use it for risk profiling and contingency planning, providing a range of recommended cost or schedule uplifts. And that is exactly what we did for the Delta Tunnel and delivered that in July 2025, addressing the critical question of whether or not the current cost and schedule for estimates for the Delta Tunnel were grounded in empirical reality or not. It's maybe also important to say that because when we talk about benchmarking, typically when we talk to engineers, they are like quantity surveyors. They have this this bottom up, sorry, mindset, whereas reference class forecasting is very much a top down risk estimation tool, and not necessarily to replace anything else that's already being done. We very often have clients that use Monte Carlo simulation as part of their QRA, and then they'll use RCF as well. Also, maybe important to note is that this is not something OGP invented. The tool, or rather the methodology, was originally developed by the Nobel laureate Daniel Kahneman, and he refers to it in his book Thinking Fast and Slow, which is an amazing read if you haven't already read it. And basically stating that reference class forecasting offers an estimation tool that cuts through political biases or strategic misrepresentations, because you're really just benchmarking against the past performance of historical projects that have already been completed. And then Professor Ben Fluberg, who founded OGP, really founded OGP to share his academic insights on mega project management. And he then further developed the reference class forecasting methodology and has done so over the past 13 years, which is when OGP was founded. So next slide, please. These are just the simple steps in reference class forecasting, which is what we did for the Delta Conveyance Tunnel project. So the first one is that you go out and you source, like you define the reference class of similar projects. So you look at what are the variables, what are the parameters, what is the type of project that you want to get data on. So basically identifying relevant reference class of past similar projects. So we built that. And then the second step is that you establish the probability distribution, which I showed you on the previous slide. And then you create your reference class forecast and compare the specific projects. So in the case of the Delta Tunnel, we can say, okay, so what is the percentage that's set aside as contingency? And then we can see where that sits on that curve and just benchmark it with what contingency was needed in the past to complete other similar projects. So I would maybe ask Hearing Officer Kinsey if you could please bring up table 2 in Solano 15R.
And
Just
please, Ms. Mullen.
Ms. Mullen.
Oh,
Yes.
sorry.
It's, thankfully, I don't do it.
Sorry.
That's okay. And which page was it? I'm sorry.
Oh, table 2 is on page
13, page
Thank
13.
Thank you,
Yes.
Ms. Morris. I think we need to scroll. Oh, this is table. No, table 2 is down. There we go.
I'll just make it a bit bigger on my screen here. So this was just to show how like just a quick comparative summary of the reference class tunnel metrics that we compared to the Delta Conveyance tunnel specifications. So this is just illustrating what type of projects and the data for those that are included in the reference class for cost overrun performance and schedule overrun performance. And based on the similarity of those metrics, we conclude that due to the overlap in the physical scale and the construction methods, the 86 projects data set forms a credible reference class for performing reference class forecasting for the Delta Conveyance Tunnel in terms of cost and schedule risk. So we combined the reference class of two different types of projects, which is water tunnels and road tunnels. And we did various statistical analysis to show that there's no statistical significant difference between the risk distribution for cost and schedule between those two, which allows us to combine the two data sets. We have presented everything with water only, as well as the combined. It's just that this is statistics, so we have 20 water tunnel projects, but a reference class of 86 is a much more robust reading because numbers matter in statistics. So that was just, to show the geographical distribution and the specifications of the tunnels that are included in the data set. And the last row there is the Delta tunnel specification. So you can see how it kind of sits at the higher end of the specifications in terms of the length and the diameter, and the budget as well. And also the duration of the proposed schedule. So maybe coming back to the slide deck for slide 5, please. So land 91. Thank you. And this is really just to illustrate another point about reference class forecasting, that it relies on the outside view rather than only looking at a project from the inside view. And because of this, reference class forecasting addresses the unknown unknowns, because it takes into account everything that every project in the reference class has been affected by, anything that has affected the performance of previous projects that are similar to the Delta Conveyance. So that's included in this in the risk profiling. So as such, RCF supports the range estimates rather than a point estimate by providing insights on what contingency levels were needed to deliver similar projects, and deliver the ones that are included in the reference class. And so the suggested uplifts translate into real fiscal risk for public agencies or ratepayers or taxpayers. And Professor Bent Flyvbjerg has clearly stated in a number of talks and publications that treating a midpoint estimate as a delivery target is not prudent planning, it's effectively gambling. So what we are here to do for our clients is basically to encourage transparent risk quantification and acknowledgement of uncertainty, and that these must form the basis for any credible delivery plan. Moving on to slide 6, please. And having said that, the risk of not delivering on budget or schedule is well known and understood by the Delta Conveyance Design and Construction Authority, as illustrated in this slide. So then the process, as I understand, of producing a Class 3 estimate for the cost of the tunnel, which will take the range estimate from a current -55 to +80 on the point estimate to reducing that range to -40 to +60. And the OGP benchmarking report that we prepared for the Delta Conveyance Tunnel include this reference class of 86 similar projects, and contains the relevant information to help understand the risk and schedule overruns, given the level of design, the complexity, and other relevant factors as outlined in the report. But so going from a Class 4/5 to a Class 3 cost estimate under the AACE cost estimation system, it's our understanding that that will be ready in 2027. And so although that level of cost estimate is obviously an improvement, we continue to recommend full disclosure of the level of cost and schedule overrun risk that is associated with an estimated cost range rather than just providing a point estimate of currently $20.1 billion. And then moving on to slide 7, please. This is just to illustrate a statistical rule when we're talking about how much data to look at. So for instance, if we're just looking at the 20 water tunnel projects rather than the full reference class of 86, 20 is still a fine number to do a cumulative risk distribution on. But there is also this concept in statistics known as the rule of 5, or sometimes the small data rule, which helps demonstrate the usefulness of reference class forecasting even where you have smaller numbers. So the concept basically, as shown here, illustrates with this specific example that nearly a 94% chance that the median value of a population is between the smallest and the largest value you have in any random sample of 5 from a historical population of 10,000 projects. So what that means if you have one random sample of just 5 projects out of a total of 10,000, then you get an idea of how much additional budget may be needed if these are for your cost distribution. So that's just to illustrate, we're using 20 water tunnel projects and 66 road tunnel projects to establish the reference class. Yeah, that's fairly robust as a point of call compared to how little you can get away with in order to get some insights. One particular point that was raised in Mr. Murdoch's rebuttal was that we are not sharing the raw data behind our analyses. We typically use a lot of proprietary data. So as I mentioned already, we have a database of 23,000 projects. And these have been shared with us primarily from clients under NDAs. So we can't disclose these project names, and it's obviously pretty sensitive. So if we're working, for instance, with, I don't know, like different private water companies, as we do, then they don't want us to name their project and show how badly they did. But we are allowed to use the data to then analyze and provide reference class forecasting and benchmarking for other clients. What I would say in that context is that we publish a lot of papers, and OGP founders have published a lot of books. But in all the academic papers where our data is included, it's obviously peer reviewed. And if people are so inclined, they can ask for the data for any scientific publication to be shared with them. But yeah, we're not free to be able to just provide a list of individual projects to our clients. So moving on to slide 8, please. So Mr. Murdoch also pointed to the 2024 cost estimate in Solano 18, page 7, I think, as evidence that DWR has disclosed that it's a class 4 estimate in 2023 dollars with this known accuracy range from AACE of -55 to +80%. That information can be found in Land 90, but the concern that we express as OGP, as an external, is that with respect to discussion of the project in other public documents, there is no mention of this range. Typically, it's always just presented as a $20.1 billion cost. And that potential cost is even going to go down depending on different innovations and depending on the geotechnical profiling as that progresses. But really, I mean, the more you can profile in detail a project, you might find that the cost goes up, right? Because it depends on the ground conditions that you find. So you can't necessarily just say that, oh, we're going to refine and nail the design more and more, and therefore the cost will go down. That's not typically how it works. The more you can front end load a project and the higher maturity that you reach before you start construction, then we see a lower cost overrun risk, but it doesn't necessarily lower the baseline cost estimate. So for instance, the 2024 benefit cost analysis for the Delta Conveyance Tunnel prepared for DWR doesn't contain any mention of the uncertainty of project costs, even though the benefit of the projects are obviously very much reliant on the cost of the project. And the cost section of the report does not mention this class 4, class 5 estimate. And another example quickly of how DWR failed to transparently communicate cost, risk, and uncertainty is found in the DCA publication Facts About the Economic Value of the Data Conveyance Project, which is prepared about the findings of the DWR benefit cost analysis. And again, it's a publicly facing document that fails to disclose any uncertainty regarding the cost of the project, but really, again, highlighting this 20.1 billion estimate from 2024. So yeah, we could go to slide 9, please. So this is basically the cost information, again represented as a simple bar chart. So when DWR states that the class 4 estimate is accurate to be between the -55 and the +80 at this point in time, this is obviously telling us that the total cost of the project is highly uncertain at this point in time. And uncertainty is not just about quantities and unit rates today. It obviously also includes all the things that can change over time, including the market prices and the inflation due to the long construction periods, which we see for a lot of large capital projects that take a long time to complete. So in other words, a long duration mega project, you can't logically have a cost estimate that is very uncertain and at the same time say that cost escalation is somehow independent of that uncertainty, which again was something that was raised in Mr. Murdoch's rebuttal testimony. From our research, it's clear that escalation is one of the main ways that uncertainty shows up in the final bill. And we see this from completed large capital projects that they take a long time to complete. And one of the main reasons costs end up much higher is escalation of labor and material prices over time, which again, you can use RCF to get an understanding of that, of the size of that risk. So basically our analysis that we produced specifically looking at the Delta Conveyance Tunnel using water tunnels only as a reference class provided a recommended uplift of 75% for an 80% probability of delivering the project on budget, which is actually in line with the Delta Tunnel project being at the class 4-5 maturity. And as the project is at this maturity, we would just like to see that range estimate added to the publicly facing documents as well, because it's misleading to just have the 20.1 billion there, and it looks like a fixed figure point estimate, which will therefore mask the considerable uncertainty inherent in early stage planning of any project. So from this bar chart, you could see that our recommended reference class uplift based on the performance of just looking at the water tunnels. It's a 34% uplift required to achieve the 50% probability of staying on budget or delivering on budget. So that's your P50. And requiring a 75% cost uplift to reach the 80% confidence on delivering on budget. So going to the next and last slide. That's again just to address a specific point that Mr. Murdoch made. So this is looking specifically at some of the key variables that we looked at, so cost per cubic yard and cost per mile. When we did the benchmarking, the Delta tunnel, due to its exceptional length, diameter, depth, and quite compressed delivery program, is sitting at the higher end of the risk distributions compared to the other projects included in the RCF. And we know specifically that one of the key risk drivers in tunneling is the tunnel length and the depth and the diameter of the tunnel. So the cost and schedule overrun risk for the Delta tunnel is further compounded by the lack of detailed geotechnical information at this point in time. Particularly, Mr. Murdoch took issue with the fact that he said OGP treated the cost of the project as if it was for construction only, or for tunnel excavation alone, which is incorrect. For all the projects that were included in the reference class forecast here, we're using the total cost of the project, and we're using the total cost of the Delta tunnel project. So yeah, basically this proposed approach by Mr. Murdoch of calculating it just as the cost for the reference class forecast included projects, just looking at them as construction cost only, is obviously invalid, because we've used the estimated cost for the full project and the actual outturn cost for the full project, not just the tunneling. So I think I'll conclude there and hand back to Ms. Massot.
Thank you, Dr. Tekau. And I think what I actually am going to do is look to Ms. Morris. Do you have questions? So it sounds like if you would be willing, we can start with Dr. Tekau, so that I think it's the evening there, if that works for you, but I will leave it to you, Ms. Morris.
Oh, I will do that. If you will please pronounce your last name for me. Because when I hear other people say it differently, I get confused. So could you, and I will do my best, could you please say your last name so I can try to pronounce it correctly?
Thanks, Ms. Morris. Yeah, Michaela, well, Tekau.
Takao. Takao. Okay. Thank you. And thanks for being here today in the evening. And I have a number of questions for you. Dr. Takao, were you paid to produce SOL 15R?
Yes,
And by whom?
by Mr. Massot's office.
And were you given a budget in order to produce the report?
We wrote a proposal, and Mr. Massot's office accepted our proposal.
And
Objection relevance.
how much did you?
I'll allow it. Go ahead, please, Ms. Morris.
How much did you spend, or how much was your proposal to produce SOL 15R?
I could quickly look it up on forecast. It's a year ago that we invoiced it. I think it was around 35,000.
And within that proposal, were you given any limitations about what to look at, or? anything like that?
Objection relevance.
I'll allow the question, but I know it's somewhat general. Do you need more information, Dr. Teko?
Yes, I don't, because the way we work as a third-party consultancy, we propose to our client what needs to be done, and that was in the proposal.
Okay, so you didn't receive a scope of work, you provided a proposal to Miss Meserve's office.
Yes, we had a discussion. They explained about the Delta Conveyance Tunnel, and we said that we could produce a reference class forecast for water tunnels.
And did you understand that that Miss Meserve's office is representing protestants against the project and not somebody who was looking to do a reference class forecast for looking at potential risk for overrun on who is a project proponent?
We did, yes, but we could have equally well done it for the other side. And they contacted us not very long after, but we had already signed up with Miss Meserve's office.
Are you sure that DWR contacted your office, Miss Dr. Takao?
Yes, because I met someone at a conference and we had a chat and they were very interested. But when they became aware of Solano 15R, they said they couldn't work with us.
And who was that person that you spoke to?
I don't know if I should answer that question.
At
I mean,
DWR? Is it private? Is it confidential?
no, I can tell you what's her full name. Hong Lin at DWR.
I might have some follow-up questions for you about that. Are you aware that your office sent a proposal to Miss Lin?
Yes, but it was Chinese walls, so we very often work for opposing clients or for in not so much opposing, but we are very often involved in commercially sensitive projects where the two stakeholders that we work with can't, like that there can't be any crosstalk or cross-pollination between the teams. So we're set up to work like that.
But you did speak to what you said that you spoke to Miss Lin.
Because we were at a conference and she came to me and talked, and I said, I have a conflict of interest here, but here's my colleague.
Okay. And of the reference class forecasting that and you can answer this based on you or Oxford. How many have those been for project proponents? Let me
Objection
strike
vague.
that. Strike that. Let me restate the question. How many of the reference class forecasting that Oxford has done has been for a project owner?
Objection vague. This business has been in business for a very long time. I think you would need to provide more sidebar around what you're asking.
Are you asking for
Time period.
an approximation, Ms. Morris?
Yes. I highly doubt anyone could answer with very specific numbers.
Well, that's Dr. Teko, within your knowledge, and if you don't know, that is a fine response.
I don't know, but I can find out because everything is on Forecast, which is our management tool. So it has the number of projects that we've done. But across all principal consultants across 13 years, I have no idea because I've never looked.
And as you sit here today, generally, do the reference forecasts that you do are they generally more for project owners or generally for other parties who may be opposing a particular project?
Objection relevance. What does this have to do with the testimony she's presented?
Will you run the question again, Ms. Morris, for me, please?
As you sit here today, generally do the reference forecasts that Oxford completes, are they generally more for project owners or those regulating a project?
I'll allow the question, please, Dr. Takao, if you know.
Again, it's hard for me to know because I've only been here for 6 years and the company's operated for 13. I have quickly had a look on forecasts, and we have completed 400, 500, nearly 500 projects. Recording probably doesn't go back all the way to the beginning. Of those, I know of 3 of my colleagues who have been expert witnesses. I can't put a percentage on it, but I'm very certain that a higher percentage of reference class forecasting projects that we've done are for project owners rather than the opposition. But we work also with construction companies. So they're not the owners, they're the contractors. And again, I don't know the percentages, but we work a lot with those. And those are typically the expert witness court cases that we're involved in when there are disputes between the contractors and the owners.
So when you say you work with construction companies, is that related to their cost estimates or is that related to the expert witness testimony that you described?
Objection. These sets of questions sets up some false dichotomies as if there's only one way or the other that it could be. So I don't think there's proper foundation for this line of questioning.
Maybe you can ask it in a more, I'm sure you're just trying to get to the bottom of it, Ms. Morris. Can you ask it in a more open-ended way?
Sure. As you sit here today, do you know when you were just describing construction, your work with construction companies, is that related more to like reviewing their cost estimates, or is it related more to providing expert witness testimony that you just described?
It's a fair bit of both. I don't think I can answer that on behalf of the full OGP team.
And I'm very clearly saying, as you sit here today, based on your knowledge. So I'm trying to get your understanding.
I think the response was she doesn't know sitting here today.
Right, but I'm just saying as on a go-forward basis, that's what
Right.
I'm asking for.
Understood.
And in your testimony, Land 90, if we can pull that up. And looking on page 2, thank you, Miss Mullen. In this, on looking on line 6, you state that you have your qualifications in Exhibit SOL 91, but I believe that is actually Land 92. Is that correct?
Sorry, can you just repeat which line you're looking at?
Line 6?
Okay. Line 6. My statement of qualification is included in Solano 91. Yes, that would be 92, which is see the bios of dear Gareth and myself.
Okay. And so, and then again, that's Land 92.
Yes, I believe so.
And then would you agree that paragraphs 1 and 2 do not provide any detail about your background or your previous work with, I believe you said SI as the owner?
Yes, it does not specifically say where I worked before joining OGP.
And it doesn't really describe any, besides lines 3 through 4, it doesn't really describe any of your experience or background, correct?
Objection, misstates testimony. It specifically talks about her background.
I said other than lines 3 to 4.
Objection, relevance.
Well, so what are you at? I'm not sure, Ms. Morris, where?
I'm trying to understand because there was a lot of information that was provided that I don't see in this testimony, nor do I see in Land 92, which I'm going to next. So I just want
I
to
see.
understand. I'm trying to lay a foundation here. Let me just say it this way, Dr. Takal. Looking at paragraph 1, other than stating what your current role is and promoting data-driven decision-making and linking academic research to industry applications, as well as describing your educational background, does it provide any other information about your statement of qualifications or about your qualifications?
Not in that document, but it refers to, well, it should refer to Land 90, which was submitted with it, which does outline the relevant qualifications.
Okay, and when you say Land 90, you mean Land 92, which is your the
Oh,
bio.
sorry, Land 92, yes.
Okay, and then let's look at paragraph
And I'm
2.
going to object as well because her Land 92 does list her experience with strategic innovations.
I
So
haven't
that
gotten to
whole
Land 92.
colloquy about not
Noted, Ms.
having
Meserve, we haven't gotten to Land
Okay.
92 yet, as I understand. So it sounds like we're going there.
Paragraph 2,
Understood.
you mentioned 2 other individuals that helped prepare the cost benchmarking and risk analysis of the Delta Tunnel project. Would you agree that it does not list any of their qualifications or experience in paragraph 2?
It does not, but again, their qualifications and relevant experiences are included in Land 92.
And if we could please pull up Land 92. Is this the document that is a summary of your experience and qualifications that you referenced in your testimony?
Yes,
And if we scroll down, it's 1 page, correct? For you, and then 1 page for each of your other colleagues, so a total of 3 pages.
yes, because we keep our bios short.
And would you agree that a biography is in essence is not a CV? It doesn't list all of your relevant experience.
Yes, no, it does not, because that would be very many pages.
And do you have a CV?
I do,
Is there any reason why it wasn't provided in this proceeding?
because I was asked to provide a bio and not the CVs.
And when you were describing your experience in response to Ms. Meserve's questions, you said, you said you worked on, and then you described different projects. So what I want to understand, and you said water and other things. So when you say worked on, what aspects of, for example, water projects have you worked on?
Sorry, this is terrible timing. My dogs are going crazy, and I actually couldn't quite hear you, Miss Morris. I'm so sorry. I just have
We
to.
we
need
can
a
take a,
Sorry, I'll just quickly get rid of
we're
this.
gonna take a short, let's go ahead and take a short because I can use a break too. Let's take 5 minutes. We'll come back at 11:35. Thank you.
Sorry.
Okay.
All right, welcome back. I will look to the court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am Hearing Officer Kinsey.
Excellent. And then was it the mailman?
I do apologize. It was my mother-in-law dropping my daughter off, even though I did ask for her to come later, but she didn't take the message. Sorry about that.
I
That
didn't
was
mean to
loud.
inquire into any particular details, but
Sorry
um,
about that.
in my household, it's the cat who's a disruption. But with that, Ms. Morris, I think back to you.
Thank you. I forgot to ask you, within your scope of work, was there any um, line item or recognition that you would be providing testimony about 15R in the previous phases of this hearing?
No. And had there been, I would have probably updated everything to mention that I worked with Sydney Water for a couple of years back. I'm currently working with Ofwat, as I mentioned already, the water regulator, who's got like all the water companies in this country reporting to them. I've worked with Southern Water specifically, which is a conglomerate of 4 private water companies in the UK. And I've worked with NCC for a couple of years, which is a construction company in the Nordics, and they are one of the construction companies who build wastewater treatment plants and water transfer projects in the Nordics, i.e. Scandinavia, Denmark, Norway, Sweden.
Sorry, my question was, what were you asked to provide testimony about 15R in the previous phases of this hearing? That was my question. I'm not sure that was.
She answered it, asked and answered.
Well, let's clarify, please,
Well,
Dr. Tekka.
Sorry, in previous hearings, so I've not been involved in any
this
previous hearing.
proceeding.
And I think maybe to clarify Ms. Morris's question, we're now in rebuttal, and I think Ms. Morris is asking whether you were asked to prepare testimony with respect to a prior phase, which would be the case in chief.
Oh, yes, no, I was not.
So the response about all of working with Sydney Water, was that in response to the question that I had asked before we went on break?
Partly that, and because if I had been asked to, I thought what you asked was if I, during writing the report last year, was informed that it might end up with us being called in as an expert witness, which I wasn't aware of. And then I just said, if that was the case, we would have, yeah, maybe included something more relevant in the bios which were shared with the proposal originally.
And so back to then some of the information you just provided with water regulators, it sounded like, at least you said you worked on. And so what I had asked you before our quick break was, when you say worked on, what aspects of projects for water regulators, or let's start there. Did you
Mhm. We work on the affordability and the financial feasibility, primarily by supporting them on risk profiling of their large capital projects. So we work both on projects and portfolios of projects.
and so is it fair to say that when you say you worked on, it's related to those topics that you just described, not other topics?
That's what OGP does. We are primarily a risk management consultancy.
Okay. And in your responses to Miss Meserve, um, if we can, sorry, Miss Mullen, if we could pull up Land 92 again. And while Miss Mullen's pulling that up, I'm going to apologize, Dr. Takal, because I am not going to finish this before lunch. I still have quite a number of questions for you. You mentioned that if we could go to page 2, when you were describing, and is it poker? I'm going to say it wrong. Dirk?
Dirk Poker. I
Okay.
don't get it quite right either.
Okay. Poker, that he had experience in tunneling, in particular water and transportation, but I don't see that there's any areas of particular like tunneling. I don't see tunneling at all in this one-page description. Is that accurate?
No. National Infrastructure Commission, NIC in the UK, are in charge of lots of infrastructure projects in the UK, including roads, tunnels, bridges. The top
Right.
one.
And you're looking there, and right, but it doesn't mention, I wouldn't, if I don't, if I'm not from UK and I don't know what National Infrastructure Commission is, it doesn't mention tunnels or roads, does it?
No, you can Google it and then it would come up and tell you what that covers.
Yeah. You could also Google meetings from public water agencies as well to find out information about what public documents they presented about the cost estimate, correct?
Yes.
Objection, argumentative.
I'm not sure where you're going with that. You lost me on the jump there.
What education do you have in conducting engineering cost estimates?
What education do I have in what? Sorry, I couldn't hear
In
the last bit.
conducting engineering cost estimates.
I have a lot of statistics from university.
But have you ever conducted an engineering cost estimate?
Conducted an engineering cost estimate. Bottom up? No. Top down? Loads. And I've been taught by some of the best people in the world how to do that on their courses with OGP.
And I know you've described top down several times, but how would you conduct an engineering cost estimate? How would you create an engineering cost estimate using a top down approach?
Well, partly that's described in the report that is Solano 15R. So we would, when we do a bigger, more detailed project over a longer period of time, we would typically work with the client, and that's always the engineers and the economists. And then we would use their CapEx breakdown or their work breakdown structure of the project. And then we map our projects to those. And then we do something called a blended reference class forecast to allocate weighting of the reference class forecast produced for each of the asset classes to match the CapEx or the work breakdown structure breakdown.
What do you mean by CapEx? Capital expenditures?
Yeah.
So isn't a capital expenditure in essence the cost estimate?
Yes.
So you're taking a cost estimate. You're not creating a cost estimate. You're taking existing numbers and applying statistics to that. You're not creating a cost estimate. You're using information to evaluate a cost estimate. Correct?
Objection, compound.
I'll
It's
allow the
either.
question. Dr. Tekau, you can explain, please.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Ms. Moore. It's a good question, and it's often asked in initial meetings with clients. There are two ways that we use reference class forecasting. One is for risk. So we build a risk profile, which as I showed, which is what we primarily did in the Solano 15R report, was to show that this is the potential cost overrun for a project or the potential schedule overrun for a project. So that's just for profiling risk. When we then do benchmarking, and we typically do that for lots of different variables across a project, depending obviously on the nature of the project and the size of the project and the complexity of the project, then we calculate, or we do not risk distribution, but we do a distribution of cost or time for a unit. So if it was, say, an energy project, then it would be a distribution of cost per megawatt hours installed or per megawatt installed in an asset.
I thank you. I understand that. But would you agree that that is not producing a cost estimate for a project? That's using the information to look at risk or to distribute the cost um, across a unit of something.
From what I just described, yes, we don't produce cost estimates. We give an indication of where the cost estimate sits when we do benchmarking. And when we do risk profiling, we deliver to the client a suggested or recommended contingency allocation that they will then add to their baseline deterministic cost estimate.
So when you say a recommended contingency allocation, since you brought it up, I'm going to ask this question quickly. Um, do you take, let's call it like a base engineering cost, and then would that base cost include a contingency already?
Ideally not, but that's up to the client, right? So we have clients that struggle with that because they don't remember or they didn't record or somebody along the way added some padding or escalation, but that ideally is recorded in a way that all of that contingency is stripped out. So for the Delta Conveyance Tunnel project, we looked at what is it without the contingency? If you look at that figure with those multicolored bar charts.
Yeah, and I'm gonna get there. Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. In your testimony on paragraph uh, page 2, paragraph 2, you state that you prepared this report with 2 other colleagues. So if we could please pull up SOL 15R, the report. Um, my question is preliminarily, what portions, if you know, of this report did you prepare?
Line by line, I don't know. I prepared a lot of it and I read through it all and I corrected all of it as the project manager.
Okay. Which portions, if you recall, did your 2 colleagues prepare?
Objection relevance?
I'll allow it if, please, Dr. Teka, I know it may be difficult to be specific.
So the way it typically works is that the research analyst, and in this case, Dirk, will do the analysis. And then together we wrote the sections on the data and the analysis. And then Gareth was involved in supporting on the data side in terms of collecting data, speaking to existing clients to source data. And he wrote most of the case studies as well.
Okay. Thank you. In your testimony, Land 90 on I'm just looking. Well, do you recall that stating that Mr. Murdoch does not reference the supplemental memorandum provisions in SLO 21?
Sorry, can you just repeat that? What does Mr. Murdoch not like?
That you stated that Mr. Murdoch does not reference the supplemental memorandum provision in SOL 21?
Yeah, it says that on page 3, line 5.
And you also state on page 10, line 7, that the information requested is OGP's proprietary data, correct?
Correct.
And what do you mean by proprietary?
As I explained in the PowerPoint presentation, we have a database of 23,000 projects, and we source that data primarily from our clients. And so everything we have when we start a project is proprietary OGP data. Any data that we collect that isn't deemed sensitive or isn't shared with us under NDA with clients, but projects that are accessible in the public domain will reside with the client. So what we mean by proprietary data is anything that OGP has already at the initiation of a new project.
And if we could pull up SOL 21, I have some questions for you. And this is the memo that you were referencing in response to DWR's request for additional information regarding the projects that were used in SOL 15.
Yes.
And if we could go to page 8. And this is, do you see that this is the email sending that requested the information?
Yes.
And do you see that at the very top of this, it asks for each project referenced, information for each project referenced? Do you see that? 86 in total.
Yes.
And just looking at, for example, if we go to page 5, I think, of this document. And if we could scroll to the bottom. So on the length of the tunnel and the diameter of the tunnel, this references back to table 2, correct?
Table 2 in Solano 15R. Yes.
And if we go to SOL 15R and table, when you open it, oh, no, it didn't open in that spot. Table 2, I think, was on page 13. And earlier, when you were testifying, you stated that table 2 was a quick comparative summary earlier today, correct?
Yes, it's averages.
So would you agree that the information requested for the tunneling projects, all 86 of them, is not provided by project here? It's an average.
It is because, as I said, we can't provide the details. The road data was all proprietary. The 20 water tunnel projects reside with the client. It's not for us to share further.
And the diameter of the tunnel, you also reference back to this table as providing the information that was requested for the 86 projects, correct?
Yes, because I've signed NDAs with the clients who provided the majority of the tunnel data, that we are not going to share that in any granular form with anyone else.
And is it your position that the information can't be provided and redacted without providing, for example, the name of the project, but you couldn't provide the length or the diameter?
Objection calls for a legal conclusion, also asked and answered. The witness already testified about this issue, and it doesn't appear to be relevant to any issue that is relevant in this proceeding either.
Let me ask I have a question which I may answer Ms. Morris's question. Dr. Tekau, if you were to reveal, based on your experience and your understanding of these projects, if you were to share in a somewhat granular form, for example, the diameter of a tunnel and the length of the tunnel, would that possibly be enough identifying information for a person to figure out which project that was, even if you didn't disclose the name?
Yes.
Okay, that was my question. Back to you, Ms. Morris.
And looking at the request for the soil conditions, if we could go, sorry, back to SOL 21. Um, the if we could scroll up so we could see the soil conditions section. Oh, sorry, it's on page 3. If we could scroll down. Do you see that in requests to the soil for each of the tunneling projects, that the only response is to refer back to the response above?
Yes,
Please
I see
refer to
that.
answer to question 2.
Yes.
And would you agree that question 2 does not provide any information about the soil conditions for those 86 projects individually?
Not individually, but it does give information on the TBM technologies used,
Mhm. But if
which
we,
relates to the soil conditions, which dictates what TBM you need to use.
and if we go to soil conditions, would you agree that that doesn't provide any information, that sentence, that bullet point doesn't provide any information about the soil conditions for the 86 projects? Rather, it refers to the Delta Tunnel project being built in soft soils and a regression analysis on evacuation speed or advance rate, and so on and so forth.
Yes, that's what it says.
And then similarly on groundwater conditions, we could scroll down to the bottom. There was no information provided in response to that request, correct?
Correct, because we do not hold that data for the tunneling projects included in the analysis.
And then if we could look at page 6. If we could scroll down to number 14. It asked, and on the information requested for the 86 project asked for the number of launching and maintenance and reception shafts, and the answer here doesn't provide information even for the 20 projects, correct?
Sorry, can you just say, was it 13, 14, or 15 that we're
14?
14. And your question was?
The request was for the number of launching, maintenance, and reception shafts for the projects, the 86 projects. And that information is not provided here, is it?
No, it is not.
And it says data has been collected for some of the 20 projects, but that is also not provided, correct?
No, because as I say, that resides with the client and is not for us to share further.
And in response to request number 10
I'd
about,
like to make an objection to this line of questioning. Ms. Morris is simply asking the witness to recount what is in Solano 21. I don't see what's the relevance and what's the helpfulness to this hearing to have her recount what's already in the memo.
I mean, I tend to agree it's somewhat inefficient, but I don't, Ms. Morris, are you, do you find it to be, if you find it to be productive, I'll allow you to continue.
I do, and I have only a couple more questions.
Okay.
And it goes to the projects and what information was provided and the critique of Mr. Murdoch. So similarly on page 5, sorry, Ms. Mullen, under 10, do you know or do you have information about the ancillary components of these 86 projects?
Do I have or do I know about the ancillary components for the 86 projects? Is that the question?
Correct.
Yes, I do.
Okay. But you don't provide those here. Instead, you just talk about RCF is a top-down risk benchmarking analysis tool, correct?
Yes.
And that you didn't, and that's fine. Let's go to page 10 of Land 90. Paragraph 10 on page 5, sorry.
Sorry, where are you now?
I'm looking at, I was directing you to, now I've just lost my, page 5, paragraph 10.
Page 5, paragraph 10. Yes.
Okay. I wanted to ask you about sort of benchmarking and your understanding of what is included in project costs. So in the context of this paragraph, does full project costs include planning costs?
Yes.
Would it also include permitting costs?
Typically, yes.
Would it include programs like a community benefits program?
Yes. It really depends on the client.
Okay. Um, would it include um, mitigation for the project?
Mitigation relating to permitting or relating to what?
Mitigation costs for the project? Like, for example, and I understand like California may be odd in terms of projects, but there are certain an environmental review where there are costs associated with there's mitigation that is built into the project through environmental review.
Mhm.
And would costs like environmental mitigation be included in your understanding of full project costs?
Typically, yes. Land acquisition as well, typically, yes, sometimes not.
In the 86 projects that were used in SOL 15R, well, let's strike that before I go there. Do you know if these costs like environmental mitigation and permitting vary by country?
They do vary by country, yes.
So in SOLR, or sorry, 15R, if you are comparing costs, total costs, and some of these projects have some of these elements and others don't, how is that a similar comparison?
Objection vague, incomplete, hypothetical.
Can you be more specific, Ms. Morris, please?
Okay, well, when I asked you about community benefits programs, you said some do and some don't, included in the total, the full, I want to use your words here, the full project cost, correct?
Correct. And sorry, I thought you meant, okay, so you're just referring to these projects, not in general my understanding of total project cost for any of the 23,000 projects we have.
Well, now I'm narrowing in on 86 that are used in SOLR.
That's fine, yes.
So of the 86 projects in SOLR, do you know how many included community benefits program in their full total cost?
As a full total cost, no, but I know for the 86 projects selected, they all include the same key cost lines according to their cost breakdown structure. So some were excluded because they didn't include the same as the others. So this is as complete as we could get it with the data that we had.
What do you mean key cost lines are similar?
In terms of the mitigation cost, if land acquisition was included, permitting included, planning included, up to feed, up to FID. So we have lots of differences across the 23,000 projects. So for some projects, we only hold a handful of data points, and for some, we hold over 200 data points. And so when we put together a reference class forecast, we're mindful that it's apples with apples and not apples with tomatoes for benchmarking.
But there's no way for anyone to verify that because that data isn't provided, correct? I couldn't verify that. You can tell me that, but I am not able to verify that because I don't have those data points, correct?
Correct. And I'm just thinking, I mean, there are similar data sets in the public domain because we have, as I said, it's been peer reviewed and is part of academic publications where you can request to be to for OGP to share the data with you. I'm just thinking if there are any of the road tunnels. I think the best would probably be the recent NIC benchmarking report, where like that's in the public domain and there is some granularity in terms of the data.
A minute ago, I don't understand what you said. You said we have lots of differences across the 23,000 projects. So for some projects, we only, sorry, it was about planning included up to feed up to FID. What does that mean? You said in terms of the mitigation costs, if land acquisition was included, permitting included, planning included, up to feed up to FID. What does that mean?
Just how much planning has the client included in the total cost that they provide to us up to the final investment decision point. So the final, investment decision. So that's, no, I don't need to elaborate on that necessarily. But in terms of the risk distribution profile for the delta Conveyance tunnel, our figures are conservative because all of the projects for where we have estimated an actual outturn cost, the estimate is provided at full business case at FID. So they are much more mature than the Delta Conveyance project, i.e. there's less of a chance of cost overrun. But in answer to your question, it's just whether or not the client has included the planning phase or not in the cost they provide to us.
You referenced the cost estimate of the DCP, which is it AAASCE? I'm not sure what you mean by FIR at FID. So could you maybe give me an understanding of, in terms of the ACSE cost estimating, like, or AACE cost estimating, what that means in terms of those numbers, or do you know?
I do. And again, it really depends on the client. So some clients reach FID when they are at a class 3. So that's when the final investment decision is made. Some clients push it to a class 2. Some clients do it even earlier. What we do know with the projects that we have in the database is that you can tell that the more front-end loading and the more that's been done before the final investment decision point is reached, and the more that's been done before the construction is started, the less cost overrun is incurred.
How do you correct for differences in what clients provide when running the statistical analysis?
It's in the database, so you dial in what columns need to be filled, and then you don't include the ones where you don't have the data. It's a script, so you code it and dictate what you want.
So if the script, for example, had a line item for a project with land acquisition, does it also evaluate whether the land acquisition is a percentage of the project cost and get rid for, let me use this example. If you have a project that is you're going to do your forecast model for, and it has, let's just call it $1 billion of land acquisition. Would this script eliminate other projects that have a much smaller amount of land acquisition, or would the script say land acquisition, check, check, and use that as an acceptable project?
A script is obviously an automated way of going through the 23,000 projects. So it would include everything where there was something in that cell, or like there was a recorded value, regardless of how big or small it was. I think what's important to illustrate here or to remember here is that for reference class forecasting for risk is not about the size or the budget of the project. It's about how good or how bad are we at estimating the actual cost of the project or the actual schedule of the project.
So in looking at SOLR, well, okay, we understand that you sorted the 23,000 projects to a smaller set of transportation and water tunnels. Did you further sort the 23,000 projects to make sure that the projects included the same components?
Yes.
But in terms of the same components, there was no evaluation of the relative size of those components?
Objection, misstates testimony.
It's a question, if you know.
Please, Dr. Tekau.
I'm thinking because I remember we excluded one outlier. But no further filtering was done. What was the question exactly? So yeah, we filtered it down to the 66 road. We collected the 20 tunnel for water, and then we did Anderson Darling and Crisco Wallace testing to see if the distribution of cost overrun and schedule overrun, and the same for the different benchmarking variables. We tested to see if they were statistically significantly different from one another, in which case we do not pool, which was the case for some of the parameters. Where there is no difference, we pool the data.
So for the 86 projects that you considered in 15R, did they have the same components as the Delta Conveyance project? For example, land acquisition
Yes,
and permitting
yes.
and environmental mitigation.
All mitigation, not just environmental, it's just under planning. And then, yeah, you can dig down and see what's included in the planning, but yes.
So mitigation required by planning documents is what you mean under the planning?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that if SOL 15R frequently states that the DCP is already priced higher than almost every other tunnel in the reference class?
Yes, because it's a very large project. So you would think that would be the case.
And if that statement is based on, if we want to pull up SOLR so you can see it, 15R, sorry. And then I think it's on page 28. If we could scroll down. Yeah, right there. So that statement is based on the 447 million US dollars per mile number, correct?
Well, in essence, it's based on the 20.1 billion. But yes, then you can divide that.
Right. And if we take 447 million, that was basically calculated by taking 20.1 billion and dividing it by 45 miles, correct?
Correct, which is top-down benchmarking, and which is what we have done with the other projects in the reference class forecast as a comparator.
And if we could pull up SOL 18. Oh, I just realized it's 1219 and I have a lot. So I wanted to
Yeah.
just check in about,
You have more.
yeah.
Thank you. I was going to go to, this might be a good time to break. My proposal would be to return at 1 o'clock. I know we want to get this done. I know it's late there. I don't know what the math is exactly.
20 past 8 in the evening.
Yes. So thank you. Um, so we'd be returning at 9 o'clock your time. Ms. Morris, do you have I know it's difficult. I know you have more. Do you have an estimate?
I'm hoping an hour.
Okay. Um, let's go ahead and take a lunch. I think we all need it. We'll return at 1 o'clock and we will try to do this as efficiently as possible. And thank you, Dr. Tekau, for your patience with the time change.
Thank you for yours
Thank
to
you.
begin with.
Thank you. And we will see all of you at 1 o'clock.
Thank you.
All right, welcome back. I will look to the court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am Hearing Officer Kinsey.
Excellent. And we have Ms. Meserve and Dr. Tekow and Ms. Morris. So I think we're ready to go. Ms. Morris, to you.
I used the lunch to clear out some questions, so hopefully they're organized enough and have a foundation. But if not, I will try to go backwards. But I'm going to try to be as efficient as possible. I want to pull up SOLR 15R. I keep saying R. And page 36, please, Miss Mullen. And I think it's down towards the bottom right there. On this report, it states that a 26.41% contingency was used for the DCP cost estimate, correct?
Correct.
And it also states here on this page that the baseline estimate is 15.9 billion, correct? You might have to
Correct.
slow down. Okay. How did you draw the conclusion that the cost for the DCP is $15.9 billion?
That was from the DCA 2025 reference. So it's stated in there what, should we bring that up, that reference?
No, I don't think that's the most. So you think it's in the 2025 DCA cost estimate?
Well, we derived it from what was available in the public domain.
Okay. Are you aware that whether the $15.9 billion number was a 2020 number?
Objection, can we ground this in the testimony? Is this within the scope?
I'm going to allow it as I mean, the whole testimony is about cost estimates, so I will allow the question.
On that point, hearing officer, isn't the entirety of SOL 15R open for cross-examination? I mean, this was,
Yes.
okay. So sorry, are you aware whether the 15.9 billion was a 2020 number?
It was in USD 2023, so I would assume that it was the 20, I don't remember, but I don't believe it was a 2020, but rather a 2024 estimate.
If that $15.9 billion is not the cost estimate used for the Bethany alternative, would your numbers calculated based on contingency and other numbers that rely on that $15.9 billion be incorrect?
Objection, vague, incomplete, hypothetical.
Will you run that by me again, please, Ms. Morris?
If the $15.9 billion is not the current cost estimate for the Bethany alternative, would your numbers calculated like contingency and other numbers that rely on the $15.9 billion be incorrect?
So your question is what if the $15.9 billion is incorrect, an incorrect cost estimate, would other calculations using the $15.9 billion also be incorrect?
Correct.
Okay, I guess for what it's worth, Dr. Tekow.
Thank you. Well, you're saying if the contingencies calculated in the report would be incorrect, they would not, if you're referring to the derived reference class forecast recommended uplift, because we don't use the 15.9 billion in deriving that. We derive that from the reference class forecast analysis. In terms of figure 15 on page 37, so if you just scroll down a little bit from where that one there. Obviously, if the baseline cost is a little bit higher, then each of those graphs would just be a little bit higher. And depending on whether, well, if it's just the baseline cost that's higher, but the full estimated cost is still the 20.1 billion, then the contingency would be even lower than the 26.5%.
And earlier, I believe you testified that in order to apply the uplift, you would use the base cost, you would not include the contingency. Is that accurate?
That's accurate. So as I said, every graph on here will be a little bit higher if your baseline cost has gone up than the third the third bar here where it says baseline plus 50% would obviously be a little bit taller.
Can we pull up DWR 12? I guess we should just do this. Please, Ms. Mullen.
Which is the same as Solano 18. Just, that's the citation, just for the benefit of the witness. She's cited to Solano 18, which is the same document.
Okay.
Okay.
If we could go to page 10. And if we could make that a little bit bigger and looking at table 4.1, where I don't see 15.9 on this table.
No, here it is 15.0.
And then if we were to take off the risk treatment and the contingency, the number would be 11,081, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. We could take this down. In SOL 15R, which we probably could just pull up, the benchmarking uses two potential reference classes, correct?
Correct.
And one, we've established this, but one is just water projects, and there are 20 of those.
Yes.
And the remainder are road tunnels. So the remainder of the 86 would be road tunnels. Is that correct?
Yes.
And would you agree that the report finds that 4 of the 5 indicators between roads and water tunnels do not differ significantly
Correct.
And if we could go to page 18 of this report and scroll down to table 4. And looking at the water tunnel schedule overrun and the road tunnel schedule overrun, would you agree that the median percent of overrun is a difference of 39%?
You mean in the column 4, the median, so between 7 and 46? So, no, sorry, what do you mean?
Yes, the difference between 46 and 7 is 39%, correct? Or 39.
Yes, so that's percentage point in schedule.
In schedule overrun. So for example, road tunnel schedule overrun, the median is 46% versus water tunnel schedule overrun, the median schedule overrun is 7%, correct?
Correct.
And if we could look at figure 2 on page 10, I have a couple clarifying questions. In this figure, does the table account for inflation?
Sorry, this is cumulative probability distribution of overrun. So this includes everything that happened to the projects. So it includes inflation, supply chain issues, labor cost rising, everything.
Okay, so it would include inflation then, amongst other things.
Yes.
Okay. And if we can go back to Land 90, which is your testimony on page 6, paragraph 14. And Miss Mullen, just so you know, I'm going to go back to the report, so sorry. Here on page 4, in paragraph 14, you state that the tunneling length for the Delta Conveyance Tunnel exceeds that of other projects, and we know that tunneling is one of the key cost risk drivers for these projects, correct?
Correct.
And I didn't see a citation other than for that statement, other than to the report. And I looked in the report and didn't see any citation for that. So my question to you is that statement based on the database of projects that are you making that statement about it being exceeding? Is that based on the data in your database?
On it being exceeding?
Yes.
No, that's just that the tunneling length is longer than the other projects. That's just a fact, right? Because it's a very long tunnel. If you mean if the statement that we know that tunneling is one of the key cost risk drivers for tunneling projects, then yes, that's based on numerous projects we've done on tunneling for various clients, that it always comes up as one of the key cost risk drivers.
Right, but I'm asking, what's the basis of your statement that the Delta tunnel exceeds that of other projects in terms of length? Is it based on your review of the length of tunnels in your database? I mean, there's no citation. So what's your basis for making that statement?
Yes, that we've worked on tunneling projects for a long time, and we've never come, well, like we've rarely come across such a long tunnel. I mean, it's going to be one of the longest tunnels in the world.
And then if we can look at, let's see, in paragraph 15 on pages 6, moving on to 17, perfect. 6 to page 7. You have this statement about the tunnel, the Delta tunnel, due to exceptional length, diameter, depth, and compressed delivery program. When you say exceptional, are you applying that to diameter and depth as well as length?
No. Well, it is an exceptional length. The diameter is also pushing to be one of the largest. The depth is pretty standard, not particularly deep.
And if we could go back to SOL 15R, please, and PDF page 14. And at the top of this page, in terms of diameter and depth, you state that it's broadly typical as applied to other projects, correct?
Asked and answered. She already answered this question.
I'll allow it. Let's just keep rolling here. Dr. Tekau, please.
Yes, correct.
And are you aware that the average tunnel depth for the DCP is 155 feet?
Yes.
And are you aware whether the deepest portion of the tunnel is the connection to the Bethany pumping plant, which is 164.18 feet?
I remember reading about that. And yes, that number sounds familiar.
Do you know how for what length the tunnel is at that depth of 164.18?
No, I know that we estimated the average depth to be 155 across the tunnel, which is technically the shallow category, but lies just below the medium depth threshold of 165. And because some of the tunnel was closer to that, where the schedule overrun risk rises significantly, then yes, then I don't know what your next question is, so I'm not gonna answer the next question.
Well, in your testimony, you said there could be an exceedance, and you said substantial sections of the alignment could, in fact, exceed 165 feet. So what's the basis of that statement?
Sorry, where exactly does it say that?
Page 7
Of
of your
land
testimony under the first bullet in paragraph 16.
paragraph 16.
We're in land 90 now, this moment.
And page 7. Yes,
Page
we're here.
7, lines
And
11, first bullet under
Right here.
paragraph 16.
Yes, well, if the average depth is 155, it could be that some parts are 165, right? Which is why, as a conservative estimate, we said, okay, so rather than being in the shallow, we put it at medium, but as it clearly states here, it's an empirical signal and it isn't something that's added to the to classify or to increase the risk. It's merely just a flag.
But did you review the documentation that the tunnel does not, in fact, go below 165 feet?
Objection assumes facts, not in evidence.
I can pull up a report. I don't think that we want to waste our time doing that.
I'll allow the question, Dr. Teka.
It could be posed as a hypothetical.
We already
Sure.
established this. We already talked about whether she saw the conceptual engineering report. So do you want me to
Well,
read the question, hearing officer?
Just ask it as a hypothetical and it's
Let's
fine.
ask it as a hypothetical and then we can all verify the depth.
Sorry, Ms. Morris, could
Did
you
you
please repeat the
did you
question?
review the conceptual engineering report that had the tunnel depths?
I did, yes.
Are you aware whether the conceptual engineering report showed that the deepest portion of the tunnel is in the connection to the Bethany pumping plant, which is 164.18 feet?
I do recall seeing that, as I said, yes, which is still closer to 165 than it is to 155, which is why we noted it down as medium rather than shallow, because it's right on the borderline.
But it is, in fact, not over 160 feet in depth at any point, correct?
It is not, and it doesn't affect any of the results produced because, as it says here, we do not apply it. It was highlighted as an empirical signal that the depth is approaching the 165, at which point the risk increases. But it's just a probabilistic observation and it's not a deterministic adjustment, and we didn't add it anywhere.
In looking at your testimony, page 7 through 8, beginning on lines 17, sorry, beginning with paragraph 17 and going through paragraph 20. In these paragraphs, you imply that DWR did not publicize that the cost estimate is a class 4 estimate with an accuracy range, correct?
Correct. It is stated in some documentation, but not the documentation that like not all the documentation that we've seen that's publicly facing.
Did you do a Google search to see what publicly facing information was made available at public meetings that are noticed and held by water agencies that are considering the Delta Conveyance project?
We have done, yes.
If we can pull up what we have marked as, and let me ask this too. When drawing this conclusion, did you look at how the Delta Conveyance Authority talked publicly about the cost estimate with their board?
Objection vague. When, how?
Do you have any specifics you can add, Ms. Morris?
I'm just asking based on her review of the documentation, if she looked at specifically how the DCA talked publicly about the cost estimate. I'm going to pull up
She
some.
cited in the testimony examples where she didn't see the specifics, and that's what's in her testimony. So, I don't
Well,
understand what the relevance of these questions are.
Ms. Morris, I think they're relevant to the testimony, so I'll allow the question if you can answer, Dr. Takao.
So the question is, if I listen to the conversation between the
question is,
DWR and the water companies?
no, they're public agencies. They're not water companies. But my question was, when drawing the conclusion in paragraph 20, did you review how the DCA publicly presented the cost estimate at its board meeting?
At which board meeting? Like any board meeting? Over the course of the past 8 years? Or,
That's a fair, revision. Ms. Morris, what do you mean any board meeting or a particular one?
Cost estimate came out and later. It's not any board meeting 8 minutes ago or 8 years ago.
so
How about
the
from
2024 cost
2023?
estimate?
From 2023 to the present. I'll narrow the question that way.
Thank you.
So the question is if we've read documentation or listened to recordings of board meetings.
When drawing the conclusion in paragraph 20.
I have not listened to many board meetings. I've listened to one or two. What we are flagging and recommending is that in all written documentation that is publicly facing, it would be prudent for DWR to include a range estimate rather than a point estimate, and that we don't see. It doesn't say it can cost from this to this. It says 20.1 billion.
Okay. Can we pull up what's been marked as DWR 1181? And I think this has to be moved over for Ms. Meserve. It's a DCA PowerPoint presentation.
Okay. Try to find it.
Okay. And do you see?
I don't have it. It's not.
Let me check and give me a pause here. Let me check with the team. Thank you.
Do you think they moved it over?
It sounds like it's moved over now, so you may need to refresh.
It's from May 20th, 2024. Okay.
Do you have it there, Ms. Meserve, or are you still looking for it?
Still looking, but I'm refreshing.
And while we're doing
There we
this,
go. I got it.
if we could just move over 1182, 1183, and 1184 so that by
Great.
the time we get to
Super.
these questions. Okay, great. Thanks.
Thank you.
Gotcha.
Okay. And so do you see that this is from a May 2024 letter and its material, it's providing the materials from a board meeting from the DCA.
Yes.
Okay, and if we could please go to, I believe it's PDF page 12. And if we can you see the whole slide there? Do you see that this slide that was presented to the DCA board in a public meeting shows the range and the cost estimate? This is a similar slide that you've seen and you presented in your testimony.
Yes.
Okay. Did you see this slide in these materials prior to your conclusion in paragraph 20?
I did, but I have seen many more documents where there is just a $20.1 billion estimate. And here it still doesn't say the range estimate. It says that it's minus 55 plus 80, but in terms of billions of dollars as a range estimate, that's rarely provided.
And then if we could pull up what's been marked as DWR 1182.
And we moved all these over, so they should be up to 84 should be available.
I will represent to you that this is a slide from the One Water and Stewardship Committee from the Metropolitan Water District of Southern California, which is a public meeting. And it was an update on the Delta Conveyance Project cost estimate and benefit. And if we could please go to PDF page 9. And do you see here and that the 1, 2, 3, 4, is it the one? The fourth bullet talks about the cost estimate and the accuracy of the cost estimate.
Yes, but I still don't see the $1 billion.
And did you review this before you came to your conclusion in paragraph 20?
I don't I don't remember if we've reviewed this particular slide deck. There were lots of documents that we went through a year ago.
Can we please pull up DWR 1183? And this, I will represent to you, was a presentation made by the DCA by the following people. They're shown on the slide for Zone 7 Water Agency, another public agency at a public meeting. And if we could please go to page 5. Do you see the same slide that shows the fourth bullet that provides the class estimate and the accuracy range?
I do, but I still don't see them applying that and providing a range estimate.
And did you review this PowerPoint presentation prior to coming to your conclusion in paragraph 20?
I don't recall if it was this specific PowerPoint or one of the others that are very similar.
And can we pull up 1184, DWR 1184, please? And similarly, this is a slide set that was provided to Santa Clarita Valley Water Agency's board meeting on June 18th, 2024. And if we could please go to PDF page 5. And again, does this show the same fourth bullet point that provides what the estimate is and the accuracy range?
It doesn't provide what the estimated cost is. It just says that it's a class 4 estimate.
And did you review this PowerPoint?
Well, I've reviewed one or two of them. They look very similar, but yes, I don't know if it was this specific one or one or the other.
And so in your opinion, this level of providing information, noting the class 4 estimate, including the accuracy range, that is not being transparent with the public about the status and the potential, we'll strike that. It's not being transparent about what the cost range is.
Not when you just provide a point estimate, no.
So in your opinion, it would have to have the actual numbers of plus 80 to negative 55 in order to be transparent.
Yes.
Okay. But did you listen to any of these presentations to hear what was stated at those presentations in the transcript to hear if those numbers were provided or what was said about the estimate and the accuracy range?
Asked and answered.
I'll allow the question this one last time. Dr. Takao.
I have listened to a few of those recordings, yes. The only thing that OGP states is that it would be prudent for DWR to include it in the publicly facing documents, specifically the 1 or 2 page flyers that, most of the public is going to read. Very few, well, yeah, I'm not going to make any comments on who reads what, but the 20.1 billion is provided as a point estimate in many of the documents that we've come across.
We can take this down. Thank you. And going back to your testimony, Land 90. I have a question on page 10, line 27. What do you mean by a given asset class?
So if you a given asset class just means like a type of project. So you could argue that which would be like a nuclear power plant, that's one type of project. A bridge is another type of project. A port is another asset class. So it's just the project type.
So in essence, in order for the rule of 5 to be applicable, you need to be looking, the sampling needs to look at the same kinds of projects.
Yes.
If there was a bias in sampling, would that lead to inaccurate results under the rule of 5?
What do you mean bias in sampling?
Okay, I'll use a hypothetical. If I wanted to buy a 4-bedroom, 3-bath house in Beverly Hills, and I pulled data points for a 4-bedroom, 3-bath house with the same square footage, roughly, and the same lot size from Riverside, Imperial Valley, Fresno, Modesto, and Sacramento, would I get an accurate idea of the cost of a similar house in Beverly Hills?
Objection, relevance, also a complete hypothetical. No
Oh.
idea where.
Well, I'll allow it if we're exploring the rule of 5, which is fascinating. I can allow the question as long as we follow up on this. Dr. Takao.
So if you're looking at a specific area, so here your asset class would be houses in that area, as an example, then yes, if you then had a lowest and a highest house price, then it would still state that the chance is that the median value would be between the lowest and the highest at a 33.75% certainty or accuracy. No, yeah, certainty.
So I'm understanding we probably have a geographical issue here. But if you define the asset class as the houses of a certain size and you ignore the geographical area, would you get an accurate result under the rule of 5?
Sorry, say that again. If you ignore the geographical area,
Correct.
but the same size, Well, it would still hold, provided that your sampling was random.
Okay. Would you agree that in terms of mega projects and cost overrun and risk, that the geographic location of a project matters?
It does for some asset classes, not for all. And in terms of the cost overrun risk, yeah, again, it does for some asset classes, not for all, which is why when we have enough data and enough resource to do a larger project, then we would always look for geographical differences.
And if we could pull up what's been marked as SOL 17. Are you familiar with this document? It's cited in your report.
Yes.
And if we could go to page 13. We might need to scroll out a little bit of this, but would you agree that this paper in terms of cost escalation on mega projects takes into account geography?
Yes, that's one of the key things it's about.
And in Europe and North America and other geographical areas, there's a different formula for calculating cost escalation, correct?
There is.
And recalling back to the report in table 2 of your report, if we need to pull it up, but my recollection is that there were only 11 tunneling projects that were in North America. Is that your recollection as well?
Yes, and we have tested them against the rest of that population, and we didn't find any statistically significant difference in the risk distribution of cost overrun and schedule overrun.
Would you agree that without knowing the types of projects included in a reference class, that a person who is trying to evaluate a report really cannot understand strike that. Let me let me strike that question. Would you agree that without knowing specific information about projects that were included in a reference class, it would be difficult to analyze whether a reference class was accurately capturing the project that you were comparing it to?
I guess that's a matter of definition. If you're alluding to there not being enough detail on the water tunneling projects provided in Solano 15R, then I disagree. There is enough there to say that, yeah, this looks relevant to the Delta Conveyance Tunnel project because of the different variables across the sample set of tunnels. If you didn't have any information on the tunnels, I would agree it would be a bit difficult to say, like if, for instance, it was all smaller, shorter, smaller diameter, yes, then it would not be relevant. But what you're saying is if you didn't know anything about it, yeah, then it would be hard to know if it was relevant.
And in essence, in Solano 15R, because the information cannot be provided because it's proprietary, then we, in essence, have to trust your assessment that those projects are applicable to the Delta Conveyance project, right?
No.
Objection,
There
Ray.
isn't enough. Oh, sorry.
I don't, the question is asking whether DWR has to trust. I don't understand the question. It's a vague question. It's subjective. How does she know the state of mind of DWR?
the hearing officer has to, as evidence, I mean, that's,
Well, that's what so I guess Dr. Takao, if you have a from your experience um, and knowledge, if I'm not asking, your opinion about DWR state of mind, but if you have a technical response, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Yes, my answer was no, I disagree with that because in table 2 there is sufficient information provided for the tunneling projects included in the reference class for DWR to appreciate that they're relevant as similar projects to the Delta Tunnel.
would you agree that the information provided includes the upper and lower bounds of different characteristics, but doesn't include anything about the distributions of the projects?
In table 2, yes.
And how, without further information, how would anyone analyzing that know where certain projects fall within that range?
That sort of defeats the purpose of RCF, right? It's a statistical analysis for top-down risk information for risk profiling or for benchmarking. So what you get as an output is a compounded risk distribution, and you can then put your, in the case of a cost overrun reference class forecast output, you can then map the delta conveyance tunnel contingency on that distribution and see where that falls. You don't necessarily have to know which project is where as the client. What's interesting is where your project sits on the distribution.
And that's for RCF, but this report is a cost benchmarking and RCF, correct?
Correct. The same applies to the benchmarking. So in figure, which is it? So in figure 4, you have a little bit more granularity on page 17. So you can see how many projects sits where. Sorry, we're back in Solano 15R. Sorry, Miss Mullen. I don't know. Can I ask for that to be pulled up, Miss Morris?
I mean, this goes beyond my question, but sure, why not? Solano 15R and page 17.
Oh, right there. So that gives you a little bit more granularity in the distribution of the projects. So you have more information on what's in there. And then if you look at the one Mr. Murdoch changed slightly. So figure 10 and figure 11 on page 30 and 31. So the way of using RCF is the same, but the parameters are different in that this is then cost per unit. But you create a distribution again, and then you map onto that distribution where the delta conveyance tunnel sits.
And I cut a whole bunch of questions, and now you're making me want to ask them based on this. So I think I will. If you used, for example, well, your analysis in terms of looking at these more granular cost per cubic yard and cost per mile for tunneling, it looks at the entirety of the project cost, correct?
Yes, correct.
And it doesn't, for example, if a project, you don't take into account, for example, like the Delta Conveyance project, that there are state-of-the-art fish screens and 2 intakes on a river. You don't take into account those construction costs. You don't back those out. And you compare those entire costs then to other tunneling projects that may have lesser complicated infrastructure, correct?
correct. Again, as I've said a number of times, it's a top-down analysis to inform where you potentially sit, and then it's to inform risk mitigation strategy. So just to say, okay, so then let's compare ourselves to how many intakes or what are the more detailed to do a more detailed map would typically be a next step, just to inform like, okay, so is it okay that it sits there on the distribution, or should we do something differently so we sit somewhere else on the distribution? It's to inform affordability and risk appetite.
I don't have any further questions at this time. Thank you again for hanging in there and answering my questions. So I think it's back to Miss Meserve.
Thank you, Dr.
Yeah.
Tekau and Ms. Morris. And I will look to the room just to confirm we don't have any others with questions, and then I will look to you, Ms. Meserve.
Yeah, if we don't have, so is it all right to conclude with Dr. Tekau and then move into
That's the plan.
Dr. Michael?
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
Yes, she
If
can
that's all
go
right.
do, I don't know what, eat dinner. I don't know
She-
what. Be done, go to bed.
Yeah, I don't have any redirect for Dr. Tekau. I appreciate your testimony. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
Thank
And thank you, Dr. Tekau, so much for joining us at the off hours. And thank you for the rule of five. I think it's fascinating, and I want to use it as at a cocktail party. I'm not sure how. And thank you so much. But thank you for your testimony, and thank you for your attention to all of our questions today. And you are
Thank
excused.
you so much, Hearing Officer Quincy, and thanks to everyone, and thanks for me being here.
Yes.
Thank you. Bye. Bye.
With that, I think we turn, yes, Ms. Morris.
Back to me and to Dr. Michael.
Yes, exactly.
Hi, how are you this afternoon?
I'm good.
Let's see. I want to pull up SOL 25. Sorry, I'm also getting reorganized with all of my stuff, so
Do you need a moment, Ms.
oh,
Morris? You
I'll
seem
do
like
it.
you're ready. Okay.
I'm gonna do it.
Great.
I'm doing my best. Page 6. Um, it's in lines 8 to 10. You state that Dr. Sunding's approach also ignored the fact that long-term water demand projections in California have been found consistently overestimated, and you rely on SOL 208. Is that correct?
I think it's 28.
28. Yeah, 208. I'm into big numbers right now. 28. Thank you. Is that correct then with the SOL 28 correction?
Not exclusively, but yeah, I mean, that's the citation I've provided, but there are other sources.
But you didn't cite other sources, right?
No, I did not.
Okay. And did you review SOL 28?
I did read it, yes.
And do you disagree with any of the findings or conclusions in that paper?
I can't answer that question.
You can't.
I mean, I not because it's confidential. I'm just saying I did not read it in that way to see if there was any specific conclusions that I disagreed with.
Okay. Do you know if Metropolitan Water District is included in terms of, well, let me ask it this way. Metropolitan Water District is a wholesaler, correct?
Yes.
And in the paper that you rely on, SOL 28, that does not include wholesalers, correct?
Oh, I don't remember that, but probably not.
Can we pull up SOL 28? Please, Miss Mullen, thank you. Okay, and I want to orient you to PDF page 9. Um, in looking at we might need to scroll down. Can you keep going? All right, perfect, that paragraph. The paragraph that begins figure 3A. Do you disagree with this report's finding that the region around Los Angeles within Metropolitan's service area exhibits relatively low prediction error compared to the other areas? It's kind of in the middle of that
Yes. No, I
paragraph.
see it. I see that. Yes.
Okay. Do you need my question again?
I see that. Sure. Yeah. So
Do you have any reason to disagree with that finding?
no,
And if we could go to, let's see, I think it's on this same page. Yeah, it's up above on the paragraph that says notably. Sorry, we're scrolling back and forth, so it's big enough we can see it. Yes. Um, do you disagree with the report's finding that the demand per capita projections are more likely to be the reason for inaccuracies in demand compared to population projections?
I don't disagree with that.
And if we could go to page 8, which I think is, yes, of this report, onto the panels. Yeah. So maybe that panel B, which I think is up at the top there. Did you review these in terms of your citing to this report or this paper?
Yes, I looked at these.
Um, do you disagree that the fit of the projected to actual population trends is very similar in panel 2B?
I mean, compared to the others,
No, looking at do you need to go down to look at it's looking at
I
I'm
mean,
looking
are they
at
similar to others? I mean, it's a graph, it's a matter of scale, right? So I mean, we have 0 going up to what, 200,000.
my
So,
question, well, let me re-ask my question
I
because
mean, are the lines close to one another? That's a function of the scale of the graph.
I think you're misunderstanding the question. Let me try
Yeah.
again. I'm talking specifically about panel 2B. And do you disagree that the fit of the projected to actual population trends in panel 2B is very similar? So the black line and the red line, that's what we're looking at on panel 2B.
Could you scroll down to you know, I have this one too. And I apologize, I haven't read this in a while. So All right, the observed values are the black line. All right,
Correct?
the red line would be a projection made in which year? I mean, it starts at the end of the black line, so that would be a projection that's going from the actual value.
I would
My
direct you.
interpretation of that graph is the proper comparison would be like the blue line to the black line. I mean,
So you want to answer the question to the black line to the blue line, but if you look at the urban water management plan year, I'm looking at the most current urban water management plans from 2020 as compared to the black line. And the urban water management plan 2020, as you can see in D, it's showing the legend for all of that is in red.
right. So the reason why I would compare the blue to the black, I mean, if we're evaluating the accuracy, we would look at, say, the blue line in 2000, what somebody projected in 2000. And then after time has gone by, we could look at the black dots, which show reality that came in lower than the projection in blue. The red line shows new projections made in 2020, and I'd be pretty concerned if they didn't sort of overlap with the end of the black line. That would sort of make sense.
If we can go to page 9 of this document. Do you have any reason to disagree with this report that says the population predictions were correct in the direction of change, but overestimated by 0.11% points?
I don't have any reason to disagree with that. No.
Um, and going to page 14 of this report, do you disagree with the report's finding that observed water demand error peaked in 2015?
I don't disagree with that.
And on page, you know what, hold on one second. I'm gonna looking at figure 4, which we can see here, maybe could we see the bottom of that figure, the title? That's the location of water suppliers and the total number of water demand management incentives they implemented from 2000 to 2020. And on PDF page 11, we can also go up there, please. And if we could scroll down to where it says figure 4, that's my trick right there. Yeah, figure 4 shows the higher presence of incentives. Okay, so do you have any reason to disagree with the report's finding that municipalities near and within the metropolitan water district benefit from a large number of demand management programs?
No, I don't disagree with that at all.
And is that because Metropolitan provides those demand management programs?
I would think that that's a factor for sure.
And looking at the same section, the report also finds that municipalities near and within Santa Clara Valley Water District benefit from a large number of demand management programs. Do you have any reason to disagree with that finding?
No.
Objection. I'm just wondering, how is this relevant or within the scope of the testimony? He cites this report in paragraph 10, which is about the projections being overestimated. So how is it that we're talking about details of this report right now?
Ms. Morris, how much more do you have on this? I'm not sure I mean, you're making your point, but.
I can cut some of this. I think it is actually, I do think it's relevant because he also in his, when we're going to dig into this about what he uses for supply and his analysis, uh, deals with some of these demand reductions and this kind of goes to whether or not they may or may not be available in the future. And I'm trying to lay a foundation, but
Okay.
I'll
No,
see if
that's
I can
do
be
it
more.
officially. Thank you.
Yeah. me see. Let's go to page, I think it's PDF page 17. And looking at the paragraph that begins, a key challenge, it might be down below. Right there, yes. Do you have any reason to disagree with this study where it finds that it's possible that a conservation threshold has been reached beyond which additional reductions in per capita demand are impractical or infeasible?
It's possible.
Do you disagree with that finding?
Objection misstates
What
the
finding?
report. It says it raises an open question. It does not conclude anything.
That's fair. Ms. Morris, do you care to
I can
rephrase the
rephrase.
question?
Do you have any reason to disagree with the statement that this raises an open question regarding whether there is a lower threshold beyond which additional reductions are impractical or infeasible?
I mean, raises an open question that's a legitimate question. There's no evidence that they're impractical or infeasible beyond that things stayed relatively stable after making that jump down. I mean, the relevance to my testimony is scenario D, which Department of Water Resources uses, assumes a rebound from those reductions. And this paper shows evidence that those reductions held. So, I would say that this statement shows evidence that scenario D is bad. Also, this paper, if your interpretation from your first couple of questions are, well, maybe urban water management plan projections aren't so bad, I will point out that Department of Water Resources analysis of the Delta Conveyance project did not use those projections. It used scenario D. It would have been
Metropolitan.
better.
So,
It
but
would have
thank
been better to use UWMPs, but that was not done.
for Metropolitan Water District, it was not done.
It was not done by the Department of Water Resources in the benefit cost analysis prepared by you and presented that relied on Metropolitan Water District scenario D. In the past, your consultant used, and in fact, for areas outside Metropolitan Water District, they used urban water management plans, but your analysis chose to use much, much higher projections than in the urban water management plans. So, my criticism of those hold. I would invite and welcome some revisions that were based on the UWMPs.
Let's look at your testimony, SOL 20, or your presentation 26, slide 3. And just to be clear, Dr. Michael, your testimony that DWR's consultant did not use urban water management plans is limited to Metropolitan Water District, correct?
That's true. That's
Thank
true.
you. And looking at this slide, under the conclusion, you say DCP water is surplus to projected needs. Is that based on table 1, or are you saying it's surplus to all contractors' projected needs?
No, that is a conclusion from table 1, which is Metropolitan, which is roughly half under the current plan.
And is based on looking at scenario A, correct?
A, B, and C. And my conclusion that scenario D is exaggerated and should be disregarded.
Do you have unique qualifications that would allow you, or that you believe should replace the judgment of the public officials that serve on the Metropolitan's Board of Directors?
Objection vague, as for what purpose?
In terms of determining which scenario Metropolitan should use for planning purposes.
Dr. Michael's critique is of the benefit cost analysis and the selection by DWR, so it really doesn't go to what the board chose.
So you can ask the question you'd like to ask, Ms. Morris, if you want to ask for planning purposes or something else.
Do you have unique qualifications to replace the unique qualifications that would allow your judgment and opinion to be replaced by public officials that serve on Metropolitan's Board of Directors that have selected to use scenario D for planning purposes?
Same objection.
Uh,
It was a
also,
choice
but-
made, it was a choice made by the Dr. Sunding.
Well, this sounds like the question is explicitly for planning purposes, so I think this is a different question. Ms. Morris, I think you may
But-
have inadvertently rephrased the question as, I think you got them flipped around as to who was replacing whose opinion. So we may have to try it again for clarity. But Ms. Meserve, is there something else you wanted to note?
Well, I don't think Dr. Michael did not submit testimony about Metropolitan's scenarios in its urban water management plan writ large. He submitted testimony about the benefit cost analysis that was submitted by Dr. Sunding, and in particular, the Delta Tunnel. So
Noted, and I am quite aware of that, but I think
Okay.
we can ask this. I'm sensitive to the differences here, but I think if Ms. Morris wants to ask this question, we can ask it. Ms. Morris, would you like
And to be
to
clear,
phrase it again?
this witness testified that he considered all scenarios, unlike Sunding. So I think this is fairly within the scope of his.
for
I think the issue
purposes of
here-
the benefit cost analysis. for
Yeah, the
tunnel.
issue is the planning, Ms. Morris, whether this is for planning purposes or for consideration for the cost benefit analysis.
Do you have
So-
special qualifications that make you better suited to planning than publicly for planning, to make planning decisions? Strike that. Do you have special qualifications that make you better suited to make planning decisions than the publicly elected members of the Metropolitan Water District Board?
Same
Do
objection.
you mean planning
Okay.
decisions or
Allowed.
investment decisions? I mean, a planning decision are about these planning scenarios and or your what to use in your plan. You know, I'm talking about the public interest. I'm talking about planning. I would say yes, I have much better qualifications than the average board member for evaluating what's a reasonable forecast to use for the growth of your region and demand. It's something that I've worked in for a long time, and I have good qualifications in that area. If you're saying an investment decision, that's an investment decision that is sort of vested with the board. I'm not talking about that. If the board wanted to choose to invest in a project that produces water supply surplus to the projected needs that its staff had calculated, and that statement is just a statement of fact from the table, you know, that's their qualification is that they were elected and selected to the board, and I'm not a board member. So no, I would not have more qualification.
Can we please go to slide 5? Here you note that for water fix analysis in 2010, Dr. Sunding used the SCAG forecast. Was that for the Metropolitan Water District?
No, those for DWR, I believe.
When you say for water fix analysis in 2010, Dr. Sunding also did use SCAG forecasts. SCAG, when you say that, do you mean SCAG forecasts for Metropolitan Water District, or did you mean something else?
Well, SCAG doesn't, I don't believe, produce forecasts for Metropolitan Water District. They produce demographic forecasts for the region, of which includes a lot of metropolitan, but does not include San Diego.
Okay, when you say Dr. Sending also did use SCAG forecasts. Which area are you referring to?
Which geographic area?
Correct.
Yeah. Well, SCAG forecasts include 5 counties, I believe. I mean, more or less that expand the Metropolitan Water District, with the exception of San Diego. They have their own regional planning agency, SANDAG, and I believe they use SANDAG's forecasts there.
Okay, so is it fair to assume on bullet 2 under he discusses SCAG that you are discussing that Dr. Sunding switched for the metropolitan service area from using a SCAG forecast, at least in part, to the scenario D? Is that
That's true.
accurate? Okay, good.
Yes.
I've learned now that I've really got to ask you to make sure I get all my questions in, that we're on the same page. Okay, now that we've established that, are you aware if Metropolitan developed its population forecasts that informed scenarios A, B, C, and D after 2010?
Yes, they did.
Do you have any knowledge if Metropolitan had similarly developed their own forecasts in 2010 or prior?
I don't have knowledge of that.
And if we could go to slide 10, please. I want to understand how you use the $1,000 per acre foot. So I think in order to do that, and we should probably look at SOL 14. Thank you. And I think we could probably start on page 10. And if we could scroll down, I think it's the header. It might be up actually. Oh, I'm sorry, the PDF, PDF is off, so I think we need to go to PDF page 11. Yes, and we could scroll down to urban water supplies and benefits of the Delta Tunnel. This section begins the discussion on the urban water supply value, correct?
Yes.
And if we could go to PDF page 15. And this is where I saw we might need to scroll down. The 1,000 per, yes, perfect. So this is where the 1,000 acre foot, $1,000 per acre foot number shows up right here, right in this paragraph, despite these arguments.
Yes.
What is the basis of the 1,000 acre foot number?
The basis of it is it's just an even number that fits within the range discussed above of 400 to 2,000. There's a broad range of values.
Okay, so it's your testimony that the middle of the cost range is it's a middle of the cost range based on the 400 to 200,000 acre foot that we see in the paragraph above.
Well, it's not the mathematical middle. No, it's a round number in that area.
If I said 200,000, I meant 2,000.
Yeah.
That definitely would not be in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
If we go back to page 13 of the report, which I think is PDF page 14. And at the top of this page, you cite under based on the LRFPNA estimates that the cost of desal expanded recycling and desal is 3,000 acre feet of per acre foot of new supply, correct?
Yes.
And is the LRFP-NA a Metropolitan Water District document?
Yes.
Um, and would you agree that this portion of your report that we're discussing is using an alternative water supply to estimate the monetary value of urban water supplies?
A value. I mean, it talks about a range of alternatives from conservation to the highest cost ones.
Would you agree that this portion of your report is using alternative water supplies to estimate the monetary value of $1,000 per acre foot to value the urban water supplies?
Objection,
It,
Ms. Bates' testimony.
In what respect?
I mean,
I think Dr. Michael can explain, but
Okay.
that's not what he's saying.
All right, Dr. Michael, please explain.
no, I mean, it's picking it's picking a middle value. There's sources that talk about alternatives as low as $400 per acre foot and alternatives in the $2,000 per acre foot range. And you would rationally use cheaper alternatives before more expensive alternatives. And so, yeah, it's very transparently using a round number within that range. And I've used a higher value scenario as well, so that's there um, for reference.
But is the purpose of the effort to monetize the value of the urban water supply benefits and your cost benefit analysis?
Yes, that's the purpose.
And in a cost benefit analysis, would you agree there are different ways to monetize the benefits of a water project?
Yes, there are.
And you chose in your cost benefit analysis to use an alternative water supply approach, correct?
For this value, I also estimated a high value range, which transferred values from Dr. Sunding's earlier analysis. I don't have that model, but that was meant to represent that approach to valuing, which generates a higher value. And I did not use in this particular report current market values. I just talked about them, which were way lower than $1,000 per acre foot.
So I'm going to break this down because I think, again, you're giving me a longer answer and it's kind of confusing me. So I want to make sure that I'm understanding. The $1,000 is a midpoint range based on these several pages that we've just been discussing, in your opinion. But the methodology in your cost benefit analysis that you used to value urban water supplies was an alternative water supply analysis, correct?
Um, I'll, yeah, and so as not to give you a wordy, confusing answer, I guess I will say yes
Thank you.
to that. Yeah.
And would you agree that in order to use costs of alternative water supplies to estimate the value of water, that those alternative water supplies would have to be available?
Um, Available to add to the water supply?
That yes, they'd have to be real.
Well, these are real. I mean, what, I don't get what you're saying. We're
So you
talking
agree
about
with
real
me?
market value, real programs that have been have cost estimates associated with them. These are costs that people are paying today.
So you agree that the alternative water supply would have to be available, correct? Let me say it
Yep.
another way. Are they
Yeah.
available to be implemented?
Are they available to be implemented? I actually don't think that that's completely true. I mean, the values, they reflect the values that people are paying today. I don't know what's, I mean, we're trying to say what's the value that the public would place on uh, changes to the water supply, and but
Let me try
what
this
if,
way.
yeah.
How would using an alternative water supply establish a future monetary value of water if there's no opportunity to obtain the water at that point?
Oh, yeah, I suppose. Okay. I mean, that might affect the weight that you would put on some of them. I mean, it is tricky. I mean, we're talking about something 20, 30, 40 years into the future. We don't know what those alternative water supplies are going to be available in the future. Um, there could be more, there could be less. Technology continues to change. So, it's sort of a difficult problem. Um, we're looking at, what is the value that's placed on water supplies now based on the alternatives that are available, what people are paying in markets and other things to sort of make a judgment. It's entirely possible that um, this is a bad estimate. And one reason I use a round number like $1,000 per acre foot instead of averaging 5 data points and saying 1,037 or 1,121 is to not convey some sense of false precision here. We're trying to use a reasonable range. It's also why I use that high value estimate, which is another approach that projects um, future demand and looks at the value of water through demand curves have been estimated for water. That's also based on historical data from the past, that demand could look different in 2045.
Did you determine what sources of alternative water supplies would be available to replace DCP supplies?
DCP supplies don't exist. So what do you mean by replace DCP supplies?
The amount of water that could be made available through DCP supplies.
So did I go through a process to ensure is there 400,000 acre feet of this available today to replace the 4,000 acre feet that might be made available by the TCP in 2045?
Yes.
No, I did not go through that calculation.
So you don't know, you didn't look at how much conservation or decel or other source in making your assumptions in terms of that water would be available.
I wouldn't have any way to make that judgment.
And would you agree that if you did not discount the desalination costs provided by Metropolitan, that your 1,000 per acre foot would not be the midpoint?
Um, true. And it's not the midpoint now.
Um, sorry, if we could go back to the testimony SOL 25. Oh, thanks. Sorry, I'm not paying attention. Table 1, page 10. It's at the top. What do you define as the base scenario?
Yeah, that would be the one with the $1,000 per acre foot.
How do you define the base scenario that you have listed on the third
Yeah, that is the
column?
scenario that values the urban water supply at $1,000 per acre foot.
In your testimony earlier, you state that you considered MWD scenarios A, B, C, and D. Did you include all of those scenarios in your benefit cost analysis, or did you just talk about them?
I was referring to my testimony in which I talked about them.
So is it accurate that you did not consider Metropolitan Water District scenarios A, B, C, and D in your cost benefit analysis?
That's accurate, yes.
Did you consider DWR's benefit calculations with the 3% real discount rate?
Did I consider them?
Did you do
DWR's benefit and calculations with the 3% discount rate. Yeah, some of those benefits are uh, in the 3% discount rate table. Some of those benefits is just a summary, but some of those benefits, some of the smaller categories, were just taken from the DWR report and adjusted to the 3% discount rate.
Do you know whether if you took DWR's cost benefit calculations and applied a 3% real discount rate, it would still show a benefit cost ratio over 1?
Oh, DWRs most likely would, yes, with that. Yeah, I mean, I believe it would.
And let's go to page 12, paragraph 12. Page 7. Wait, hold on one second. I said that wrong. Page 12, paragraph 22. I knew I was getting it. Is it 5 o'clock yet?
Hmm.
Okay. The original report, SLL 14, includes a high cost scenario. From the description and cross-examination of your direct testimony, the 70% cost increase is based on the Flyberg et al., at least in part, 2004 paper, correct?
Correct.
And that paper only includes transportation projects, correct?
Honestly, I have to go back and look at it. It may.
We can pull it up.
No, I trust you on that.
In that paper, now I just kind of want to pull it up. Just kidding. I'm going to pull it up in a second. On that paper, SOL 17, it appears that you used a calculation from page 9. I think we should pull it up, SOL 17.
Yeah.
And if we could go to page 9.
I would just point out that Dr. Michael hasn't cited Solano 17, I don't think, in this testimony, and these questions should have been asked, and I believe were asked during Dr. Michael's case in chief testimony. So I'm not sure why we're revisiting it now.
It's referenced in SOL 14, which is cited in paragraph 22, and it's in direct response to Adam Murdoch's testimony. And I only have like a handful of questions.
Yeah.
Well, is Solano 17 cited here?
It's
No,
in
it's not.
Solano 14, I think is the point.
Solano 14 is cited, and in Solano 14, cost overruns in the calculation are in Solano 17 is the site for that.
Well, that's derivative. I still object as outside the scope of the testimony since his testimony does not cite Solano 17.
Noted, but I'll allow the question. So please, I think Ms. Morris, we need, I don't know if you have a pending question or we need it again.
No, I think we got it. So in this paper, this is this, if we can, are you familiar with this equation for cost overruns?
I'm not,
Okay.
and I'm not sure this is the one that I use, but anyway, let's go ahead.
Well, I will represent to you that in your SOL 14, you reference SOL 17 and talk about an alternative scenario with a 70% increase in cost.
Right.
Typical. I will ask you to do the math. I did it. If we assume in this calculation where the cost escalation is in percentage and T is the length of implementation, if you plug in T for 15, I calculate that that yields a percentage of 70% for the cost escalation. Would you agree with that?
If you got 70%, I trust you on that.
And then if you scroll, if we could go down to page 13. Do you see that there are other formulas for different geographic areas for cost escalation in this paper, and specifically one for North America?
Yeah.
And why didn't you use the North America calculation?
Well, I'll be honest with you. I may have cited the wrong paper in a similar one because as I recall doing this math with a journal article. So it's possible I made the citation wrong. But the 70% figure did come from a calculation very similar to the one that you just showed. I don't recall seeing this North America in the paper that I used. And that's not solely on it. I also relied on the fact that 70% was within the plus 80% range
And
given by the Delta Conveyance Authority cost estimate.
these formulas show the cost escalation percentage. Do you know if the Flyberg paper here that you've cited define cost escalation to include inflation?
I don't recall that detail.
Do you recall if the cost escalation percentage includes increases in material costs?
I imagine it does.
But you don't know for sure as you sit here today?
Well, I'm sure it includes increases in material costs. The question is, are you referring to increases in material costs that are different from generalized inflation or inflation? I mean, construction cost indices have generally increased faster than general inflation. So you could control for inflation and still have materials costs escalation in your cost overruns. Inflation is a generalized concept about uh, sort of all goods and services people buy.
Thank you, Dr. Michael. I don't have any further questions for you at this time.
Thank you, Dr. Michael. Thank you, Ms. Morris. I will look to the room. Is there anyone else who has questions for Dr. Michael before we go back to Ms. Meserve? All right, then Ms. Meserve, do you have redirect or do you want to take a moment to think about it?
May I have 5 minutes?
Let's go. Why don't we go ahead and take our 10-minute break? So I'll give you that and then we'll come back. So let's come back at 2:47. Thank you.
you.
Welcome back. I'll look to the court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am Hearing Officer Kinsey.
Excellent. And it looks like we have the relevant participants. Ms. Meserve, do you have redirect for Dr. Michael?
Thank you for providing the break, but I've determined that no, I do not have redirect. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you. Then with that, Dr. Michael, thank you so much for your time and attention and answering all of our questions today, and you are excused.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms.
Could
Morris, you look like you have a comment.
A question. Could we elevate
Question.
Ms. Benton, please, before we start
Oh,
the
yes.
questions? Thank you.
Yes, we can elevate Ms. Minton, and it looks like Ms. Moskal. And we're moving next to the Papalardos, as I understand. Good afternoon, Ms. Minton. You're welcome to make your appearance.
Good morning, Keely Minton for the Department of Water Resources.
Thank you. And good afternoon, Ms. Moskal.
Good afternoon, Hearing Officer Kinsey. Ellen Moskal for Sacramento County et al.
And will you be introducing the Papalardos?
Yes, I will.
Excellent. And they will be as a panel?
Correct.
All right. I will look to the hearing team to please elevate Emily Papalardo and John Papalardo. And welcome, Ms. Papalardo.
Hi,
I
thanks.
can hear you. That's a good start.
That is a good start. I'm out in the Delta, so you never know.
We'll see if we can get Mr. Papalardo up here as well.
Make sure I...
Looks like we've sent an invitation for Mr. Papalardo to join the panelist, and that needs to be accepted, and then you should be elevated. There we go, I think. No. Mr. Papalardo, are you able to accept? Are you seeing the invitation? It looks like now you can talk. We've given you audio privileges, but are you able to see the invitation so we can bring you up so you can be on camera? And you need to come off mute on your end, I believe. So we are going to resend the invitation to make you a panelist. You will need to accept, it'll be a pop-up. You will need to accept that, and then you should be able to come on camera and off mute. Or if you want to come off mute, you can tell us what your challenges are. Sometimes, there we go. I see you're off mute. We can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
There we go.
Are you seeing a pop-up for elevation to a panelist status?
No, but let me start looking around. I have too many screens that I'm looking at right now.
Okay.
There we go.
There we go. I think it's working now. And are you able to come on camera and off mute?
There we go.
Excellent.
Apologies.
All right. And you're a little bit quiet, so just be aware you may need to lean into your microphone a little bit.
Okay.
And my understanding, Mr. and Ms. Papalardo, that you have not yet testified in this proceeding. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you. So I will
Correct.
start one by one. Ms. Papalardo, will you please raise your hand? I will administer the oath. Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. And Mr. Papalardo, if you would please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. And with that, Ms. Moskal.
Thank you. Thank you both for being here today. I have a few questions for you. I will start with Ms. Papalardo. Ms. Papalardo, will you please state your name for the record?
My name is Emily Papalardo.
Thank you. And is Exhibit SAYO 005 a true and correct statement of your written rebuttal testimony for this proceeding?
Yes.
Are Exhibits SAO 007 and 008 true and correct copies of the transcripts you cited as exhibits in your written testimony?
Yes.
Thank you. And is Exhibit SAO 009 a true and correct copy of the joint PowerPoint summarizing your and Mr. Papalardo's rebuttal testimony?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Papalardo, could you please now state your name for the record?
Yeah, it's John Papalardo.
Thank you. Is Exhibit SAO 006 a true and correct statement of your written rebuttal testimony for this proceeding?
Yes.
Are Exhibits SAO 007 and 008 true and correct copies of the transcripts you cited as exhibits in your written testimony?
Yes.
Thanks. And finally, is Exhibit SAO 009 a true and correct copy of the joint PowerPoint summarizing your and Emily Papalardo's rebuttal testimony?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Ms. Mullen, could you please pull up Exhibit SAO 009? And Ms. Papalardo and Mr. Papalardo, once that is up, please present your summary of testimony.
Okay. This testimony responds to the testimony of Adam Murdoch regarding the Department of Water Resources efforts to address local community concerns and the Delta Conveyance Project Community Benefits Program. My name is Emily Papalardo. I was fortunate enough to grow up on a levee on Steamboat Slough. That's just 4 miles downstream of the southernmost intake of the Delta Conveyance Project. My family has a private boat club on Steamboat Slough, and we have about 7 boats there, and these people have been coming up from either 2 years to 30 years. And there's some that recently retired because they started out as children and they were 80 and they're no longer able to make it up. And those are our summer people that come in the summer and anchor across the channel. I own an engineering firm located in Walnut Grove, right in the heart of the Delta. After I graduated from Cal Poly in 2009, I moved back into the Delta and I jumped right in and joined the Walnut Grove Rotary Club and started volunteering for my favorite Delta event, the Cortland Pear Fair. Even with a move across the country and getting my master's degree at Davis, I remained active in those groups and my rebuttals based on my experiences. Johnny?
Yes. So I grew up in the same place. I was there my whole entire life. Just living on the river, it's a blessed childhood to have, especially being in the Delta. I grew up in between 2 towns out there. One of them was like a town of like 300 at the time. Maybe it's like 350 now. Another one, I think last I checked, the population was 1,000 in Walnut Grove. So small, but the impact was large. The community, you could really feel it. You got to really know your neighbor. And aside from just living on the river, I was able to, hang out in these communities. One of those being Portland. And you can see in my testimony, it references, a child having a tab at your local market with guys that were making hamburgers on the low, that the food and safety didn't know about. They were delicious hamburgers. And I put it on a tab, and then my parents would pay it, every couple of weeks. So it was a very blessed childhood to have that ability to, put those things on tabs, have friends, a small town over there. And hopefully instead of walking the levees, get rides back to my house, on the river over there and get to enjoy the fruits of the river, which is incredible. We can get into more detail, as we go through the slides.
Yeah. Okay, so we'll go to our next slide. So this testimony is going to address the position that the Community Benefits Program would fund actions to help protect, enhance, and sustain the unique cultural, historical, and recreational, agricultural, and economic values of the Delta. Our testimony provides perspective on the unique cultural, historical, recreational values of the Delta from a lifelong residents and livers of all the Delta things. This supports my opinion that the Community Benefits Program is incapable of mitigating the Delta Conveyance Project's impacts on the Delta community and our way of life. Mr. Murdoch testified that his testimony supported his opinion that the Department of Water Resources made a significant and concerted effort to address local community concerns, and his testimony further supported his opinion that design refinements were made to avoid and minimize local project effects on noise, air quality, traffic, power, recreation, and existing land uses. Our testimony supports the opinion that DWR has neither effectively addressed local community concerns nor minimized the local effects of noise, air quality, and traffic and recreation and existing land uses that the DCP would have on our region. So our next slide, please. So here it is. This is where we grew up, Steamboat Slough. A truly magical place. It's actually one of the few places in the Delta that's in an Anchorage area. So it starts from the Steamboat Slough Bridge and it goes about a quarter mile down. And so you'll see the picture here from 1968 when I think it just started. And it was a restaurant at the time. And what we were told as kids was that there used to be boats side tied on this slough across the entire width of the slough, and it was heavily used. While it's not the same as the 70s, it's kind of nice, I think, that maybe there's not that many people. It's because it's actually just a really serene and beautiful place to be. And so yeah, so you'll kind of see then we have our more recent pictures of today, and I feel like Johnny spoke to the Cortland Market. We just had a really idyllic childhood getting to grow up here. I mean, we just got to play in the river all the time. All the kids that we grew up with are just basically extended family of ours. Like this gentleman in a kayak on his boat is basically our river brother. And we spent all of our summer nights playing kick the can, do we not, Johnny? And water balloon fights. And we, when we weren't running around, going down to a rope swing or floating in the river, I went to my friend's house in Walnut Grove, and we would just walk across the bridge and go to our favorite Mexican restaurant, Orilla del Rio, and have Snapple peach iced tea and burritos. It's not there anymore, but it's a really fond memory that I have, and I want that to be what my kids get to experience. And I try to still do that today with my kids in my office because I'm really close to where Orilla del Rio was. Yeah, Johnny talked to the Cortland Market. So the Cortland Market is a very fun place for us. It was like a market, a little lunch stop. You could get cash there. You could rent movies. It was basically your one-stop shop, and our favorite person from Cortland Market was a guy, the butcher named Bully. And I still get to see Bully and his daughter Sarah, who worked at the market forever at church. And it's probably one of my favorite things that I get to do at church is get to see Bully still. And I'm hoping someday that he shares his recipe for his burgers in Asada because I need it.
Yeah, I would like to I'd like
Huh?
to also add, just in case Glenn or Toby
Oh,
watches, we like
Toby.
Glenn and Toby as well.
Right. And Aaron and Jason.
Naturally.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
it was a nice little watering hole. And if you look at speaking of watering holes, we look at the picture on the bottom left. The value of this section of the Delta, and really lots of areas of the Delta, or what I kind of stated in my testimony during the briefing. That's what you can refer to it as. Was that it's the serenity that we have is absolutely incredible. And you have like this flat water, especially the night before, a very hot day in Sacramento. It's like 75, maybe 80 degrees at 9 p.m. And you get to experience that on top of the, river that's just glass. And you get to, see the herons that are out there flying over the waters, maybe the geese, the small little duckies. And then as you go down this particular slough here, if you look on the right picture, down that particular way, are beavers strewn about. And if you're on a kayak, they'll slap at you with their tails. It's experiences that you just can't get in a lot of places or maybe anywhere. And the value for, Sacramentans, the greater Northern Delta region, and really everyone in Sacramento, or not, sorry, Sacramento, California, are these experiences. And I really wish more people knew about it, because it could be, one of those many destinations in California that people point to and go, this is what makes this state, a beautiful place.
Yeah, I agree, John. It's truly unique, and I don't think I've tried to travel as much as I'm allowed, and there's really no place that's like it. I did actually do a boat thing in Kerala, India, and it felt kind of like it, but I felt like if I got in the water, I would not live. But but there's like what I always tell people about these waters is nothing in the water is going to kill you. We don't have any dangerous snakes or anything like that, or crocodiles. So it's really a lovely experience that you get to have. We will go to our next slide. Next slide, please. This is Juicy's. Well, this is the bar at Juicy's. Juicy's was the community. It burned down in 2019, a very sad day for the entire Delta. But it's where you could walk in and you can't get to your seat or go anywhere because you're going to run into a ton of people you know. It was so when I started working in the Delta, my favorite thing to do was to go to Friday lunch, and we'd sit at this table called John's table, and you'd know it was John's table because there was a wine opener on a hook on the wall. I wish I actually had that picture, so I did find one with it. And he was a winemaker, so like we definitely needed that. And we got to drink his amazing Chenin Blanc wine, which is like a premier wine of the Delta. And it was a really fun memory. It actually made me think like, this is what I want to do for the rest of my life. I want to work in the Delta, and I want to come to Juicy's and have lunch. And unfortunately, it's not around anymore to do that. But we, actually my last memory from Juicy's was the week before it burned down. They had clam chowder every Friday, and the clam chowder is amazing. And I hope to get that recipe too from the family at some point, unless they plan to open, which I am in full support of. But I ordered all my favorite things. I had ordered the pesto that I had as a kid, the calamari strips, which they were not on the menu. You had to like special order that. Lots of clam chowder that my husband was like, what the heck are you doing? And then I picked figs from the tree in the driveway, and I brought my son with me. And so the guy that was at the bartender, his name is Johnny O, short for John Olson. And Johnny O said to my son, he goes, Jack, I attended bar at your mom's wedding and your uncle's weddings. And he really did. And it was just like, of course he says that to my son. But it was a great last memory that I had. And then by next Thursday, it was gone. So I got the last clam chowder you could get at Juicy's. I wish I would have stayed there and eaten. I would spend all my birthdays when it was open. We would take our boat over there, and it was always a really fun adventure. One time we actually pulled a pirate ship out of like a stuck area in Dead Horse Cut. So just experiences you can't get, but everybody in the community just cherishes Juicy's and wants it to come back. Understanding that the restaurant industry is a tough one, we really wish it could make a comeback for all of us and our future and our kids.
And you could say Juicy's is representative of the current, or what we're showing you and describing now is representative of the other current established restaurants out there, where it's like Cheers, you know, everybody knows your name. You walk into the restaurant, you say, "Oh, hi, Elliot's. It's good to see you guys." You know, the purveyors of the restaurants are typically very, you know, charismatic, know the community, and really are invested in their, you know, local community events. Like, for example, there's a restaurant, Steamboaters Landing, which is right next to that resort that we reference our resort. And, you know, the guy that runs that operation donated to the Pear Fair and puts up Pear Fair posters all over the place. Does fundraising events for, you know, other charities, and really, you know, actually, they were pretty impressive because they really established their roots quickly, and took over for what Juicy's did, as do other restaurants in the area too. And they all have that same kind of, you know, community flair that you just really want to see wherever you're living. It's pretty amazing.
Yeah, Steamboat Landing, I think one of my goals, it's only been open for like a year and a half, but is to float, because we can literally float there on a reverse current, eat, and then float back when the tide changes.
Yeah. And talking currents is fun. The river folk, you know, this is what happens when we talk to river folk. We talk about the currents, and it's very important. You have to know what the current is, what's the wind that day, you know.
Yeah. Yeah. So we'll go to the next slide, please. So this is the future, right? These are our kids. These are actually the picture with the two kids with the fish. Those are my sons. And then the other picture are the kids of the people I grew up with on Steamboat. And so while some of the places I remember are gone, I think we're making new memories with these kids. And they are at the age now too where they can start enjoying it like we did when we were kids, which is really exciting for me. I've actually just this last weekend I taught my son who's 8 how to kayak, and he took off, and so did all the other kids that were like, "Oh, we can do this now." It was so cool to see, and they really enjoyed it. I'm just waiting till they want to actually wakeboard, but we'll get there. So, you know, this is what we want to have in the future, and we want to have the feelings that we had for them and their kids, because it is so special, and there's just no way to duplicate this. Johnny has a daughter who's almost 1.
Yeah, she makes it so I can't really enjoy the river and the water as much as I want. But yeah, it would be nice for her to experience what I experienced. I think that's what every parent wants, if they can. Obviously, it's naive to think our children are like different things than us. I thought about that today with music. I was like, oh gosh, she's gonna like weird stuff. But no, the Steamboat Resort is a really special place. We invite a lot of people to experience it. It's just cool. Like, a lot of people have been coming up to that slough, like Emily mentioned, from the Bay Area for generations. Because unlike the South Delta, it doesn't have mosquitoes. And it's serene, and it's really nice.
Johnny, we have to tell the truth. There are mosquitoes there.
Not many.
All right.
Like that
Yeah.
for record.
Yeah. We also fully intend, like, they are different people, whatever, but they're going to do work at the dock like we did. Like, they get to paint the dock when it's 110 out like we did.
It's painful. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, dock work is a different life. I don't wish it upon many people. It does come with benefits, but it also comes with you having to fix a dock on your birthday at 32. Because that's when you have time to do it.
Yeah. Still worth it. All the work we have to do into that place, and the upkeep is worth every moment that we get to spend when on that slough. So
yeah.
We'll go to the next slide, please. So the Delta, you've got a couple pictures of our parades or our 4th of July in Walnut Grove, cutest 4th of July parade experience, I think, ever. It's pretty much like one big small town. So I look forward to going to these events because I get to see all my old friends I grew up with, and then I get to see their kids, and I get to see their parents, and you get to just to connect with everybody and celebrate the community. And it's reflected in this idea, and that's why it's designated as a National Heritage Area. And there's just no amount of money that the community benefits program can give that can mitigate or offset the impact of the community character and cohesiveness, or replace the hardworking people that may have to move because it just becomes too hard to live here, and the generations of family that have worked so hard to keep their farms. And it's we see it on a firsthand basis, the struggle that they go through with changing crop prices or losing family members. I mean, it's so hard to be out here, but they continue to work so hard because they love the community, and this is home for them, and they want that to be the home for their kids. It just can't be replaced with grants to improve a park.
Okay, and then I'll take over the Pear Parade. So,
oh, well, we have a Pear Fair section.
is this? Oh, sorry. I was like, this is a good time to mention, at least in terms of the parade. You know, the Pear Fair, as you can see in this image, you know, this is a town of 300 people. I always think about this when I think about if I had the ability to understand, you know, I was omnipotent really, and I can figure out of all of the fairs out there across the US, like what town of this population is throwing a fair of this size. I'd like to know. But if you can see in this image, this is everyone waiting for the parade to go through. Because the parade it's a parade. It's kind of like it's our, you know, pageantry to celebrate the coronation of the Pear Queen or the Pear King, which is hilarious in itself that we're giving scholarships to kids for this local fair to celebrate the pear harvest. And you have the coronation of a queen that gets a scholarship. I always think it's funny when I look at it, you know, not in the lens of, you know, growing up with it all my life. But yeah, you can see there's, you know, a ton of people come out for this fair here to celebrate the parade. And to just be a part of like that small town community, which is really nice. And look at how long those trees have been around there for. Huge trees. Okay, that's a lot to say about it.
Yeah, and I don't think we're alone in our sentiment about these events and the community. I even know people that live in Sacramento that are looking to move out to the Delta because they like the feeling they get when they're out here, and it feels like home, and it's safe for their kids. And it's just beautiful. I mean, it's like a breath of fresh air when you see that river. You're like, oh, I made it. Yeah, so, you know, I don't think that when I'm looking at the Delta Conveyance project, 13 years of construction is a really long time to manage and sustain. And I think it'll have a negative impact on our fairs and people wanting to even come out here because they'll hear like, oh, no, the Delta's a traffic mess. We're not going out there. And it really puts a strain on our limited margins that we work on as volunteers for these types of events. I mean, everything that you see here with all these people is all volunteer time and efforts to get this Walnut Grove July celebration is a water balloon toss that they do every year. I never have won because I can't catch, but it's great. We'll go to the next slide as we're talking about traffic. So I read that one of the potential mitigation measures was that people could just temporarily relocate while construction took place, which I think is wild because that can last 13 years. And that is someone's entire childhood. That like a kid that maybe, you know, Julie, it's like my niece, Julia, Johnny's daughter. Like if she had to leave, she wouldn't know or couldn't come out here because it was just too hard or too trafficky. she wouldn't know it. She wouldn't get to grow up in it and understand the beauty that it is and want to then, I think a lot of us that grew up out here all want to come back because of our fond memories as children. And not to have that is problematic for the future of the Delta communities. So, I gotta say, I'm working in Walnut Grove now. I just got in this office space in April. There is a ton of traffic that goes by my office on River Road. It's like a Bay Area shortcut or something from, instead of going to 80, they're going through on Twin Cities, through Walnut Grove and over to 160. So I think about the traffic and how many trucks are going to be on the road on like Hood Franklin or Twin Cities. And so what maybe would have taken 30 minutes takes like an hour now. But people always were like, well, it only took me 30 minutes. So I'm just going to pass people on a double yellow line, which happens all the time. I've actually been passed on the other side of the road. And I would love to see more CHP out here to stop that activity. And it makes it really dangerous. And so I just imagine it being even more dangerous with more cars and more friction on our roadways. That said, I'm not a traffic engineer or consultant, but I just go off what I've experienced when I've been passed on the roads and how dangerous it is because you don't have any room on the levee road. You're either going off the side into an orchard or you're going in the river. And so, and all of us have those little window breakers in our cars in the event that someone runs us off the road someday and puts us in the river. Hopefully, I mean, I hope I go in the river because I don't want to hit a tree and die on the road. So, but it's a reality we live with, and I just don't want to see it becoming more dangerous, especially as my kids learn how to drive. Oh no. And
Yeah,
worrying about that. I
I
don't
would
know how our
imagine
mom survived.
teenagers when they're driving. My brother was driving me at a young age, and he passed. I think the record was 15 vehicles behind a slow truck. It was insane. I don't know how he did that.
I don't know how you did that either. I'm pretty mad about it now. But to go off like so our experience of traffic in the Delta or like impacts from construction have been bridge closures. So and of course our bridges are really old and they need maintenance, and so we accept it, but they're closed for like 3 to 6 months. And that's a lot of time. Like, so the Steamboat Bridge that's close to us was closed. So we would have to go all the way up to Walnut Grove and go back around. That's about, depending on how, if you're not passing people, 15 to 20 minutes out of your way every day. And it adds up to like, especially a mom who's trying to take their kids to school up in Clarksburg, just adds a bunch of time to your commute. And then if the longer you're on the levee road, the more chances something bad could happen. And it just exacerbates all the issues. So I understand that DCP is not expected to close any bridges. I'm just giving an example of how like detours can really add traffic. There was a detour on Ileton Road when they were working on the Ileton Bridge. Was it last year? And there were so many cars with the detour that went off the road on Ileton Road because there were no shoulders and they just thought they could drive as fast as they could drive on 160. And they cannot, and they did not, and they went off in several areas more than usual. So I see that happening a lot more as people are detoured to try to avoid any construction traffic. And then I saw that the EIR states that over a 2-year period, there's going to be 42 to 94 barge and tugboat trips per year traveling through the Delta to bring materials to the intakes. And these trips require the bridges to open. And when the bridge is open, it backs up traffic. And hopefully the bridge is closed, but sometimes they don't. Walnut Grove Bridge, for example, will stay open if it's too hot and it won't close. And then you have a problem and you got to go all the way around the other bridges, which is about 20 minutes or so. And I see, I've got a slide here that has a post from last March, and I literally just saw a post again today. Highway 12 is a parking lot, folks. Folks are turning around. Highway 12 is closed today. I saw in the documents that Highway 12 is going to be used as a construction route. Wow, that is going to be terrible. Highway 12 has a problem all the time. It's a two-lane road. I think they try to not have people pass on it, but trucks overturn. There are roads that there's a road called Jackson Slough Road that goes across Highway 12. And you basically take your life in your own hands when you're trying to cross Highway 12 because there's no stop signs. So you're like watching for traffic and then you got to cross. It's not a safe road. It's not a place where construction traffic can be. And it's going to create so many issues, especially because there's also issues with the Rio Vista Bridge. I don't know how many times I've been caught on the other side of Rio Vista and had to wait for 20 minutes. Who knows how long, because they're doing something on the bridge to fix it. It seems like it's broken a lot and it needs a lot of work. So I just would like to, if DWR is listening, please avoid Highway 12 at all costs. But then that puts you on all the other roads, and there's just not that many roads out here, so that just puts us all on the same paths, and it makes it just a traffic nightmare. And it is not an easy place to live when there's traffic. Actually, Johnny can attest to this. Our dad, they moved from the Bay Area when I was 5. Johnny was not born yet, because the traffic was so bad. And I can only imagine people going, I'm not dealing with this anymore, and they're moving out of the Delta. So, or not recreating here anymore. So let's go to what slide are we on? 7? Yeah, thank you. All right. So the other impact from the project that is of major concern is the noise from the construction traffic moving through and the pile driving. Through my work, I've heard impact pile driving. It is very loud. And so we are outside of, I think, the 2-mile radius, but I know people that are not, that live there. And I can't imagine hearing pile driving all day, every day for years, or, an entire summer, or even like a week. That would be awful. So I don't see how people can want to spend an evening like this on the river and then hear like booming all the time. And so, this is maybe not a typical evening in the spring because it's kind of windy, but like this is usually how it is on Steamboat Slough in the evenings. It's very serene, very quiet. This is why people come here. And the noise would just impact all of that.
Yeah, it would take away from your ability to hear the beaver slaps. So it would take away from the full experience.
Which we count. And like I got 9 beaver slaps once. I think it was a record.
No, Emily, the record's 15, I think 21. I can't remember now, but it's definitely in the teens.
Yeah. Yeah. But we love going out there in the evenings, kayaking, and you can see all kinds of wildlife. And I don't even know how the wildlife's gonna like it. But and definitely the people that live around the tunnel intakes and the pile driving are not gonna enjoy it. And the businesses that are around there, like Steamboat Landing is nearby. There's a couple wineries. It just seems like it's going to deter people from wanting to spend any time out in the Delta, because the Delta is known for being calm and relaxing, not a construction zone. Okay, next slide. Johnny, anything else?
Oh, on this, no.
No, okay. Next slide, please. So I went to high school in Elk Grove. I didn't go to Delta. I'm gasp. But anyway, for Delta High School is our local high school in the Delta, and that's where pretty much everyone goes. I went to Bates up until 8th grade, and then we went to a larger high school. But anyway, for my 20-year reunion, my group of friends from high school wanted to come and all came into town. And where do they want to stay? They didn't want to stay in Sacramento. They didn't want to stay with their families in Elk Grove. They wanted to stay where my parents' house is on the river. This place was part of their high school memories, and it was emotional for many of them. One actually cried going back there, and because they just see it as such a special place. And really, I mean, if you think about it, how many places have like islands and within inland in California? I don't know. I can't name any, but I think the Delta really touches everyone who visits it and goes, "Oh my gosh, I didn't even know this was out here. This is crazy." And you can totally get lost on the islands too. I know people that have done that. Um, so I don't, this is such a unique place, and you want people to see it and you want people to exist in it. So they have something to come to, like our visitors have something to come to when they come to town. So this is an aerial of Walnut Grove. And Walnut Grove is one of the few well, actually, the only town in the Delta that's on both sides of the Sacramento River. So it's more than just a waterway or that, water supply. Even though you see here in the foreground, it's this is the bubble, we call it the fish disco, that deters fish from going down Georgiana Slough. Georgiana Slough kind of creates a shortcut of Sacramento River water that goes into the central delta and keeps that water fresh, and then that water all goes down to the intakes in the south delta. And so it's an important location for water supply here, but also a very important center of the delta. All right, let's go to our next slide, please. So a lot of us kids grew up, I mean, especially the farming families. We were not a farming family. We were eventually a boating family. Working in the fields. I was lucky enough to work at a packing shed when I was younger. I learned a lot more about pears than I ever wanted to know. Actually, pears are great, so you should know a lot about them. They're great. There's a ton of varietals. I invite everyone to try them all. But it taught us a good work ethic and brought us up as productive young citizens in our communities. Now, I'm so grateful for the childhood that made me. I really hoped that I could be a pro wakeboarder at some point because I just love wakeboarding so much. And we have maybe the best conditions for water sports like skiing and wakeboarding, for example, in the world. Because, like, again, let's go back to nothing in those waters is going to kill you if you fall in. And the wind, don't tell anybody, but the wind blows over the levees. So, like, it's always pretty glassy. It's nice. And so there's a picture of Johnny when he had hair and my brother Joseph doing double wakeboarding. Johnny's the best of all of us wakeboarding. He probably could have gone pro.
No, not even close. But I would like to mention that Emily did create this slide here, and of course chose the photo with her in the air and the one without me in the air. So,
I didn't have a picture of you in the air.
Yeah, sure. But
no, Johnny's good.
No.
But I think I was lucky to not become a pro wakeboarder because I ended up becoming an engineer, and I can give back to my community, and make it a better place to be. I think, at some point I realized in my schooling, oh, the levees are what supports our community, and I need to make sure that those stay intact so that we can have the communities and the waterways that we want. So yeah, it's our favorite spot. This is between, well, I'm not going to say anything because I don't want people coming out there, but we do want people coming out there.
We should share. I think that people of every district, water district of California should come, to this particular area of the Sacramento River. You can probably figure it out. But yeah, there was actually a guy, there was a pro wakeboarder that came out here. His name was Beast. He threw Rayleighs that were huge. And he knew of the secret of the spot that wasn't, because a lot of people go to the lakes, and the lakes, they get very choppy, which is an issue unless you're in the fingers of the lakes, the spots. But the river's nice. It dissipates after like maybe a half hour, 45 minutes of someone coming through. And then you get serene, I've said serene maybe 8 times now. I'll think of new words, but it's very glassy and it's perfect. Supposedly, Emily, I talked to Hodgson the other day, and he said you want a little nice ripple for water skiing, which I don't believe. But you can get that in other areas of the Delta. This particular area, unfortunately, it's glassy and it's like, riding on sunshine. So you really just can't, in terms of feeling on the planet, people ski powder, And maybe they get runners high, you know, running through Sacramento or whatever area they're at with nice tree coverage, or good weather. But the feeling of, you know, water skiing, wakeboarding, which is a privilege to do because a boat is hard to maintain and acquire, maybe not acquire anymore, but hard to maintain, and pay for gas. But yeah, the experience is lights out. So if you have, you know, you're in the Delta, you have a friend that has a boat, you just want to have a friend that has a boat, not own the boat yourself, and then go out there and enjoy it. Because this particular stretch, there's some, I don't want to call them old guys, but there's some old guys. And what they would do is they go water skiing in the morning before they, you know, go to work. And this was their spot. And if I was to do the same thing in the morning, they would be upset. Because, you know, well, I'm going to ruin their glass. Which is the thing out there.
Yeah.
But I mean, a lot of people, I mean, yeah, they'll be on their deathbed looking back at their life and they'll say, some of my best moments were out there on that water, you know. I'll be one to say that, top 5, no question. With my baby being born in the top 5 there. And then to those 2 gentlemen, they know who they are. Probably top 3, who knows? But those guys are there every single day, water skiing that section right there.
They are. My goal is to be good enough at water skiing to join them. But right now I have the cheater rope and I don't want to do that.
Someday.
But they also wakeboard, they ski too late. I gotta get to work. But I do honk at them to know that I love that I see them out there. It's great. Yeah, it's special to have that access. And eventually someday maybe I get to wakeboard to work. Well, yeah, you know, that would be the best. Anyway,
I would like to show for the record as well. It is hilarious to have a river ski is funny because you have people that are of the community. You always know people when you're driving along a road that's just a 2-lane road. You see that car, you're like, oh, that's Topher Chan. And so you know the people. And so say you're on the boat and you're just doing the wakeboarding, right? And there's cars passing you on the levee. You're in your own little stadium, you know, showing off to the people driving around you. It is kind of funny. And you get to honk at people. It's an experience you just don't get in other places.
no. Yeah, you definitely get to honk at people out there.
Yeah, it's fun.
Yeah.
People you know.
Yeah. So, all right, let's go to the next slide. So, yeah, everyone knows everyone. I mean, like we just talked about it. They can see you on the river and know who you are, and you know, and you can pass them on the road and go, oh, it's Stan Eddy. I pass him often, and I don't think you could say that about too many places at all. I mean, I think I see somebody yeah. I mean, I've been out here for a while, but I see somebody on the road I know every day, at least like coming by. Luckily, my office is in what we call downtown Walnut Grove, and they just walk in, and that's what I love about this community is people feel comfortable, and we're all just one big community together, even though all these towns are separated by, you know, some miles. It's all just one area, and so everyone's really dedicated in enhancing the community, making it more beautiful. So having had the pleasure to be a member of the Walnut Grove Rotary Club, I've been able to do projects like this is our cleanup day that we do. I think we should do more than one cleanup day because there's people who really throw trash out here and it's terrible. But a lot of hardworking people in our club to do any projects that need to be done. I mean, there's no town council in Walnut Grove. So we're kind of the de facto town council. And we do scholarships for students. And I think we've given, over $10,000, or we give as many scholarships as we can get to our students at Delta High School. So it's a great group to be a part of. I'm really inspired by our Rotarian members. And there's a Rotary Club also in Clarksburg and one in Rio Vista. And it's kind of the point where like no one else is doing the work, so we're just going to do it. And I like that we can just kind of take the initiative and give back to the community. And it's just fun to work alongside these people. So Johnny's not part of the Rotary Club, but he should be.
I have too many other commitments.
All right. All right, we'll go to the next one, our favorite slide, Pear Fair. I have volunteered for Pear Fair since, like I said earlier, 2009. We have been going to Pear Fair since, I don't know, I can remember as children, and it was a really fond memory as a kid being there. They used to sell these rubber band guns that we're trying to ban now because we don't want people getting shot in the eye with rubber bands. But man, I loved those, and they weren't pear related either. But the Pear Fair has been running for over 50 years. It's our 53rd Pear Fair this year. We are the longest running fair of its kind in the state of California. Actually, I think with the recent cancellation of the Rio Vista Derby Festival, we are the only fair left in the Delta. Because that speaks to just like how much work putting on a fair is, how much cost it is. We're always trying to make sure we can be insured for everything we do, but those costs are always going up. So it's really reliant on the volunteers. And we have a great group of volunteers. Johnny's our merch guy. The Pear Fair merchandise, which neither of us are wearing today, is lights out. Everyone always wants it. Do you want to get into the merch or talk about Pear Fair a little more, Johnny?
I mean, the merch is a labor of love, you know. There's a lot of, if you can think about the amount of puns you can come up with the word pear, you know, multiply it because there's a billion. There's an unlimited source that you can use, and even beyond pear puns, you know, there's a lot of different shirt designs. So the Pear Fair is fun. It's yeah, as you can see here on the picture on the left side, you have the Royal Court and all these really cool kids from the community trying to get it, you know, working to get a scholarship. And they're all really, really fun kids too. And you can see a guy with pear shorts on the far left there. That's me. They convinced me to be an MC for it, even though I don't think I speak well. But I have fun up there, and that's why they probably used me. But yeah, it's rad. It's a really fun experience. The parade, there's, if you look on the picture on the right, there's kids over there. Like you can get, so if you walk up to where the parade is, you can just kind of chat with anyone over there as long as you're charismatic enough, and you can get on a float. And if you bring candy, you can throw it to people as you go. So if you're looking to have a nice, joyous occasion, because like I don't know about other fairs, you know, they're like structured, they're legitimate. We are too, but we're also just like kind of, you know, off the cuff and very community based. So I've heard it from people before too that just come out there. They say it's like really nice. I get to feel like I'm a part of this like little small town, because it's kind of like that. It's like, you know, it's just all volunteers that are running it, which I think makes it unique and provides a different kind of color because it's not really for profit. We don't really care about those things. I mean, although we do want to survive and be profitable to a degree so we can continue it and continue to give kids scholarships and more scholarships. But it's lights out. And if you like pears, I mean, there's pear everything too. Even though the pears are good on their own. But the pear pie, it's got a brown sugar crumble on top. The pear bread by the Lions Club is very delicious. And they just started a pear jam last year that sold out right before I could get to it. And John Hawk, if you're listening, I'm upset you didn't save one for me. I volunteer for a lot of local activities that you called me for. But yeah, it's a lot of fun. So if anything, hearing officer, I think you should go to it. I don't want to present bias here, but I think everyone listening probably should attend the event, no matter what side of this, you know, action you're on.
Yes,
it's fun. Yeah.
is also, and it's always the last Sunday of July. So this year is July 26th. But every year it'll be always the last Sunday. All the volunteers are generally from right in the Cortland area. So right in the area of impact of the Delta Conveyance project. So
Well,
again,
and there's people that live far away that want to be so much involved with the community that they drive 40 minutes out to volunteer, 40 minutes out, or even an hour and a half sometimes from now.
oh yeah.
It's incredible distances just to help out for this event for free, you know, just to put your volunteer time and to give back to the community.
Right. And of Johnny spoke to the beneficiaries of the money that we make off Pear Fair. It goes to scholarships for our students. Also, a big part of it goes to support our volunteer fire department. There are each town has a volunteer fire department. Hood is split with Cortland, but this supports Cortland Volunteer Fire. These people, because we are so far out, they are often our first responders. And so they see they think the worst things that anyone could see. And sometimes it's people they know. And so this is like just the community supporting the community. So it's really important that we keep something like this running to continue to support our first responders that are there when others can't be, and they're there because they want to be, which is amazing. I don't know where that is else in the state, but it definitely is alive and well out here in the Delta.
Yeah, and everyone in the volunteer fire department are rad. They are very cool folk. Shout out to Vince Peters.
Yes,
There's also somewhere over there on the right of that picture.
some volunteer fire department.
Oh, sorry.
Yes.
Don't worry about me. Keep going.
All right. Let's see, we're gonna still work through this. So, Mr. Murdoch testified that DWR stated that we will also coordinate with the communities to minimize traffic during festivals, fishing tournaments, and recreational events. In my opinion, minimization measures are not sufficient for eliminating the DCP's impact on festivals. Like I had said, I think we're all run by volunteers, and the volunteers, other than the few that do come long distances to volunteer for the Pear Fair, live in the impact area. And if they have to leave that area, the likelihood of them wanting to continue or have the energy to do that with all the other demands that we have, because we're all parents too, parents, pun, that they may not want to continue volunteering for Cortland. They may just go, I'm giving up on this, it's too hard. And then that makes Pear Fair that much harder to keep going. I mean, sometimes it's just pure grit. We love Pear Fair so much, but sometimes you're really tired. You're trying to get the pancake breakfast going and do the grounds, and it's hard. But the day of, it's all worth it. It is the best little fair in the land, and it's super safe it's really family focused. We have live music all day and so many pair things. So, and our children's area is free, right? So it's just, we're promoting Pear Fair because it's a month away. Okay, so I know that there was discussion about coordination happening with the Pear Fair, and I know that and we just haven't been able to have meaningful outreach. Unfortunately, our meetings that we have for Pear Fair are 2.5 hours if you have an agenda and you're moving through that agenda really responsibly, but sometimes it gets really out of hand because there's a lot of things to think about and consider. So even when we meet as a group, it would be really hard for someone to come and also talk about the impacts of the project with us. So, I think that the outreach for Pear Fair in particular has been difficult. And then there was the community benefits outreach with a small group of the Cortland community. I was lucky enough to be invited to go to some of those meetings, and the alternatives of benefits that were discussed was, improving the boardwalk or talking about the bank building in town. And I just think those improvements aren't enough for the noise impacts and the way of life impacts that we would have. So while those would look great, if people can't enjoy being there because it's too loud or there's too much traffic, what's the point of having them? And so I just don't believe that any money spent on physical things can help Pear Fair. And then you can go, well, why don't we just give Pear Fair a bunch of money to run itself? And that would be nice. But that's not what it's about. I think we're really about, while we do have such a tight budget, we really are here to keep it that small town feeling and that fabric that we have of throwing it together is, I think, throwing it together, it does come together really well at the end, but I think it gives, like Johnny had said, people that come out here, they feel like they're part of the community and they're doing work with the community, and it's their town too. So I think, where am I still in here? So I think in the past too, looking at other alternatives, there were other alternatives that were not in the center or in the North Delta. There are proposals for intakes at Sherman Island. There are proposals for intakes in the Deepwater Ship Channel in West Sacramento. but they were always dismissed, citing that they didn't meet project objectives. So it seemed like even with the outreach we had and what we could comment on, it was like, well, it doesn't matter what you think because this is what we think. So that I think as far as mitigation, those were the ideas we had to not have it impact our community and get it in a place that where it's already state-owned land, it wasn't directly near a community, or it was, somewhere where it's already really industrial and not rural, like West Sacramento, or Sherman Island is owned by the state, and it was more of I think, a natural location where water can flow to it, and then you have intakes, and then you keep going from there, as long as the water can continue to flow through the delta, because without water, delta isn't the same place that it could be. Let's see if there's any. So we'll go to the next slide. So, what our concerns are, and I understand that there's operations criteria and everything, but what if unintended consequences happen? For example, this is Mono Lake. When the rivers were diverted at Mono Lake, it created a land bridge. And I think there were a lot of sensitive birds that lived within the island that now had a new connection for predators to get them. And so there had to be water reintroduced into the lake enough so that that land bridge did not exist. And so that's examples like this where you go, well, all those rivers were getting diverted, similar to like what the DCP would do with diverting Sacramento River water. What happens when there's something that you just didn't foresee in our community, and then we have to go similar to I think what happened in the San Joaquin River, there was just enough water allocated for the farmers, but not anything for the environment. And so that whole stretch of river dried up. And so you have these situations that of past water projects that I see having we have the same kind of situation going on with the Delta Conveyance project. The intakes are in the North Delta. They're going to take water out before it's going through the rest of the Delta. And the system is so complex. How can you have figured out all of the ways that you're going to impact the Delta and mitigate for all of those things, or make it so that it doesn't negatively impact someone's life and property and or recreation? So those are concerns that we have as community members. And how this project how things will be actually mitigated when there's real impacts that happen. And I just don't believe that community benefits is going to be able to solve all problems, because there's just not a whole bunch of money also dedicated to that. Let's see if there's any more. John, you have anything else to add on this?
No, I think it'd be way outside my own testimony.
Your own testimony, yeah. It seems like the project is so expensive, or maybe I've heard that this is like the cheapest water they can get, but I can't believe it with it being $20 billion. What stops, once this is constructed, those that are benefiting from the project from going, I think we spent so much money on this. Can we change operations, or can an emergency be declared to take more water than what should be allocated? And then that impacts all of us downstream. Let's go to the next slide. Talking about impacts downstream. My fear is maybe there wasn't sufficient modeling done to study the river stages and downstream sloughs. So, like where our dock is, you're seeing the inside of the dock here. At low tide, sometimes I can walk right out to that dock, and we lose a lot of access to the interior. With the shallower water, we get a bunch of invasive species like Egeria densa and alligator weed, and I guess there's some new reed that's popped up as well. And so it seems like this is just going to be exacerbated with potentially less flows going into the river. And I just don't know how, and I don't know how that's that kind of thing is going to be mitigated for like kind of the loss of some of the functionality of our dock. It looks like seems like we're going to bear all the negative impacts of a project and not benefit from anything, and everyone that's going to benefit is 400 miles away. I just want to note in this picture, I didn't take this picture just because it like was low tide. I was actually taking a picture of our little friend. If you can kind of see it, it's on the bank. Wish you could see my mouse. Hank Heron. That is our resident heron that is in the slough, and we've named him Hank Heron. And it's always fun to see him, and he always kind of hangs out. I never knew herons were kind of in one territory, so that's cool. But sorry for that aside. So, in the next slide, please. So I don't think that any community benefits program can mitigate any potential devastating impacts that this conveyance project can have on the Delta community, culture, and recreation. I don't want this to become another Owens Valley. I think we have to learn from the past and not pillage our precious resources for the benefit of large agribusiness corporations and corporations that may not even be based in California that are benefiting from water supply from the Delta. I think there's a lot of alternative solutions that we have in this state. I think we have a great amount of technology that we've developed and that we could use as opposed to this project. I've said this in so many different hearings and capacities, but as far as water supply reliability through the Delta, because this should be a dual conveyance project, the levees also provide water supply. And for $3 billion, we've estimated you could fix all the levees to a great standard. I think you could even go to 6 billion and get a seismically sound levee system. So you mitigate that risk of a levee failure disrupting water supply. And then, go out and spend the rest of the remainder of the $15 billion on finding better solutions to actually create water. I think that the state needs to really take into account reduced reliance on the Delta and take it seriously. I think California has a unique opportunity with all the technology we have and the resources that we can find better solutions. The Delta is not a resource to be managed. It is a place, it is a community, it is a childhood, and protect it accordingly. And this is like super sunset. It's kind of, they're not always this great, but there are some nights where you're like, it's just in awe of how beautiful the Delta is. So thank you. Johnny, any closing remarks, Johnny?
No, not at all, Emily. Thank you. That was very beautifully said. And thank you, hearing officer, for, your time.
Thank you. Thank you to you both for your testimony today. With that, I think I'm looking to Ms. Minton. Do you have questions for the Papalardos?
Good afternoon. Thank the pair of you for your time, but DWR has no cross questions.
Thanks. Nice pun.
Thank you.
Clever. Then with that, thank you so much for your testimony. And thank you for bringing the Delta to life for us today. And you are excused. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you so much for hearing our testimony.
Have a good day.
Thank you.
Then with that, I will look. I think we have closed for our day. It sounded like for the most recent email exchange that there's some possibility. I know Ms. Desjardins is not well. I think she may be, was optimistically hoping there's some chance she may make it tomorrow, in which case we would start with Ms. Desjardins. Otherwise, I'm looking to our witness list. I think we would pick up with, looks like Mr. Burke first, or is Mr. Burke and Mr. Wilson a panel? I'll look to Ms. Meserve.
Hi there. I don't know. Mr. Ruiz is coming up here.
Oh, there we go. Yes.
I am.
Ruiz.
I'll let him talk about it.
Good afternoon. Given the uncertainty with Ms. Desjardins, I'm requesting that I start in the morning with Mr. Burke and Mr. Wilson, who will be presented as a panel. That's the only way I can really plan, because I don't know how she's going to feel or not feel, et cetera.
So your request is to go first no matter what? Is that the?
Yes.
Okay.
Just so there's certainty, 'cause I've got
Yep.
Mr. Wilson's actually coming to my office as opposed to being
see.
on Zoom, and so I kind of need to plan for that.
That is fine with me. I think it sounded like that's the most likely that we would start with Mr. Burke and Mr. Wilson anyway. So that's fine. We will plan with starting with them and then see where we go from there.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anything else we need to address today before we break? Ms. Morris?
I think we can address it after we know if Miss Desjardins is going to be able to appear tomorrow, but
Yeah.
I do, DWR is not open to the suggestion in the email about a new PowerPoint, but I'm happy to address that later, and we'll be optimistic that Miss Desjardins can join us and feels better.
Let's talk about it if we need to tomorrow. Yeah, and that'll give me a chance to think about it some more too. But thank you for that. Is there anything else? All right. Thank you all for your efficiency. I will see you tomorrow morning, and we are adjourned.